Hello, good morning. All right. Back on Twitch for the first time in a long while. It's kind of fun. Because most of the programming stuff I've been doing recently is full of things I don't want to put on the internet, like connection strings and API keys and integration points, which, is fun. It's how we do real stuff. But yeah, today we are, or I am, I'm going to be doing the hacking, you're going to be doing the watching, and maybe dropping the odd comment and going, don't do that, you're wrong, that's not how you write code anymore. Yeah, I'm building a playlist app for doing guitar karaoke. Let's take a look. So what I did a couple of days ago is I did a little spike. I put together a, kind of sort of semi-static. I'll show you what the code for this thing is like. Let me switch across to the code view here. So there we go. That's nice. And crack that up just a little. Projects, GitHub, Dylan BT. Guitaraoke tools, and somewhere in here. So this was the sort of the one you build to throw away. And let me open up VS Code. We'll take a look at what we got in here. Come on, code over here. That's it. That's nice. And I'll just do a .NET run so you can see what's actually happening here. So basically, this was me kind of thinking through the user interface for this thing and figuring out what do we need. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, apparently it's still running somewhere. That's a good start. I have too many console windows open. Let's kill that one there. That might be one that's running. Let's try that again, see if that works. That wall of yellow is the thing .NET. No, it's still running somewhere else. Where is it? It's got another window somewhere. There we go. Now it'll work. Woo, look at that. Isn't technology brilliant? Boom. So if I spin up a browser, we're going to use Microsoft Edge as today's browser. Not now, not your default browser. A reason being, Edge doesn't have anything important in it, like email or any of that stuff. Let's go to HTTP localhost 8080, and there we go. So, and what I'm going to do is, so this is going to be the app that people who come along, I run these guitar karaoke nights. And the whole idea is it's like karaoke, but if you want to sing, you sing. But then if you want to play the guitar, you play the guitar. And if you want to play the bass, you play the bass. And I'm figuring out how to do it. Like you want to play the saxophone, you want to play the piano. Maybe one day even you want to play the drums. Yeah, bring your drum kit. Why not? Because how could that possibly go wrong? I'm just going to tweak the layout here just a little bit. Make that a little smaller, that a little smaller. There we go. That's nice. So yeah, there we go. And if I jump in over here and I open where are the developer tools in Edge gone? There they are. And we got I'm going to put on the mode, so I'm going to dock this over here. And there's that. And alright, so dimensions responsive. So this is the view we're looking at. And basically, hello, Wake. Nice to see you. Welcome. Yeah, doing a bit of a live hacking today. Actually doing some coding on the internet for a change. So yeah, this is our application view, and basically it's a big old song list. So I've kind of prototyped the features I want in here. So let's say you can go on here, you can do a search. That'll just filter this list. That's all client side because there's only like 100 songs in the list. Making these songs takes a lot of time because you'll see. So anyway, you can go in here, you can click on a song. I got a preview video in there. Now, I'm not going to play the preview videos because they're all copyrighted songs. So, and actually at the moment, every single preview video is the same song because I've only got one video in the bucket there, which is Long December by Counting Crows. But yeah, I'm not going to play them. Otherwise, it's going to take the stream down because they're going to say, yeah, copyrighted music, you're not allowed. Anyway, so you go in, and what I want to do, people who come along, they can look at all songs. They can be like, ooh, Take On Me, that looks like fun. They can have a little look at the video. That'll show them what chords are in the song and kind of remind them how it goes. They can be like, can I play that one? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll do that. And then we're like, yeah, I want to do that. All right, so I want to sing this song, and your name is Dylan. And then we're going, sign me up. Boom. And I hit sign me up, and nothing happens. Because this is a semi-static prototype. And so yeah, basically what I want in here then is you got my songs. This is all the stuff you sign up to do. So it's like, hi, Carl Henrik, because apparently this is Carl Henrik now. You're going to do Counting Crows. You're going to do Tears for Fears on bass. You're going to do Starship on vocal and bass. And then I want the cue as well, which is so anyone can see, hey, this is what's coming up. And you could look at it and be like, oh, AC/DC. I could play bass on AC/DC, and so you could click on that one, and that'll jump you over. You sign up to play bass on it. And then the other feature I want in here is these starred songs. So you go on all songs. So basically, all the folks in the room can be like, "Well, I'm not gonna like get up and perform, but hey, ABBA, that's a banger." And Dream On, that's a pretty good one. And Dua Lipa, yeah, we'll have a favorite on that one. And so, interesting. There we go. Okay, that's cool. I just noticed. So the DevTools, when you zoom in and out, I was just trying to make that a little bigger, but it's got its own separate zoom. There we go. That's better. So I've kind of like, stubbed out the UI for this thing, got some ideas about what it's going to look like with some colors and gradients and stuff. None of this is real yet. I haven't actually built any of it. So that's kind of the design, if you like, the blueprint that we're working for. Now I'm going to jump over into another window here. And I'm also going to switch off WhatsApp on my desktop because it keeps trying to talk to me and I don't want it to talk to me. All right, so what else we got here? So what I did is I've spun up this web app. Now this is it's a Visual Studio, .NET Core web app in C#. Now this is real simple. Like what I got on here at the moment, this is the entire app at the moment. We got a web application creates a builder, add controllers with views, so that wires in. It's this new kind of minimal APIs thing where at the top level we can map things directly. So we can say, hey, if someone goes to /hello, just give them hello world. And if someone goes to controllers, I got a root controller in here. And a root controller there just has an index method that returns a view. And in the view in there, root index just says hello world. Actually, let's change that to hello from the root view. What is this? This is from the root index view, whatever you want to call it. It's the action, the controller, the method thing. So let's take a look at what this does. So when I hit go on this thing, let's see what browser this is going to open in, because that's always fun. Somewhere. There we go. HTTP error 404. Because, okay, cool. Hello from the root index view. All right, so what happened there? The reason I got a 404, you see there's a // in here. I'm going to fix that. That is in launch settings.json. So I'm just going to take the launch. Actually, I think, can I take that? Let's try taking the launch URL out completely. I'm going to kill that, stop that, run it again. So a lot of the stuff at this stage of a project is figuring out what are the little things that are going to get really annoying if they happen like 100 times. Okay, so hello from the root index view. That's working. That's pretty good. We'll stick that to one side, that to the other side. We'll close that down and close that down. And now I just want to see, because in theory this is .NET 7, so we got the hot reload. Does hot reload work? Let's try that. Save that file. And yeah, okay, cool. Sweet. Yeah, I like this. Okay, so we got an app. Now, the other thing that I got wired in here is if I go onto my github.com and have a look at the repo for this, so in Guitaraoke, let's spin that up nice and big, take a look. There's app.guitaraoke.live, which is where this thing's going to live. And I got an action in here that's doing a deployment. So basically pushes the whole thing live to Azure. So this is just the completely generic Azure workflow. You go into Azure, you're like, hey, I want to deploy from that GitHub repo, and it goes and adds this file, and that's live. That's on app.guitaraoke, app.guitaraoke live. But also, if I go to app.guitaraoke.live, it's there. So I have an app that does nothing, but every time I change it, it's going to go live, and it's going to deploy all the way through that pipeline and go live on Azure. So let's take a look at where we got to with the source code for this thing. So let's pull that. That should just do a pull, which should pick up the yeah, there we go. So that's the GitHub workflow for that thing being pushed through. So that I didn't create that. Azure made that for me and pushed it into the Git repo, so then when I do a pull, I get that thing down. So that's the launch settings thing. That's done. And index, yeah, does hot reload work? Yeah, whatever. We'll push that all the way, just so you can see the deployment pipeline running. Fix launch settings.json, remove / and update index view. So this is a scaffold, right? What I got here is I'm going to push that through. It'll take a couple of minutes to go live. But while that's doing... Good morning, Kilo Iron Blossom. Nice to see you. I love the names people have on the internet. So much more fun than meeting people in real life. Right, so what do we need to do? Well, we need to take this real app and make the real app look like the fake app, because the fake app looks great, but it doesn't work. And the real app doesn't look good, doesn't do anything, but it's real. It's got a proper runtime behind it and everything. So first thing I'm going to need to do is get a song. Now, one of the big questions that I got to figure out with this thing is, do I need a database? So I'm just going to spin up. I got this is Typora. This is my it's a Markdown editor thing, and I'm actually going to copy that. I'm going to close this folder, and I'm going to open a different folder, which is the one we're actually working in here, because I'm splitting this out into its own app. So Guitaraoke, app.guitaraoke live. Let's open that folder there. So there we go. There's the README. All right. So the Guitaraoke web app. What does it need to do here? So see all songs, yeah, pick your favorite song that's starring them, signing up, what do you want to sing or play? You want to cancel a sign up if you're like, no, can I zoom this thing, make that bigger? No, I can't. All right, never mind. Cancel, see the queue, and then there's going to be like a backstage component to this thing as well, which is me on my laptop being able to kind of, oh, that's a good song, let's move that to the top of the list, and all that kind of stuff. Can't wait for someone inevitably doing an unofficial implementation of your app written in Rockstar. I got some ideas about Rockstar. It's kind of, when I made it, going back 5 years now, this is the Rockstar programming language, codewithrockstar.com, and there's a couple of things I want to do differently about it, and it's one of those things, like, it's so much fun, but it's also so pointless. And I don't know, maybe if I find a bit of time later in life, Rockstar 2.0, the difficult second album. Anyway, so right now, so this thing's on deadline because I want to run this on Saturday night in front of a room full of people for real, and at the moment it doesn't exist. So yeah, a little bit of deadline-driven development. So do we need a database? Now, this is kind of, this is going to run for one evening. This isn't enterprise-grade software. I'm going to literally switch on the web application on Azure, run it for 4 hours while everyone's having a good time, and then at the end of the evening I'm going to switch it off. So there's no kind of long-term persistence. Now, I'm not getting people to sign up. There's no email addresses, anything like that in here. I just need you to tell me your name and what you want to do. And I probably, we're going to need, interesting. Can we trust people? Because one of the interesting things here is, what if somebody tweets the URL and suddenly all the weirdos on the internet start signing up for Guitar? Let's assume they're not. Let's assume people are going to be nice, which might work. It certainly makes life easier. So do we need security? So questions. Let me plug some stuff in here. Do we need security? Now, obviously, I need security enough that bad people can't destroy my app. Not really. There's no sign up, no payment, no authentication, and the app is only online for 4 hours. So security, yeah, don't care. Just you tell us your name and we'll trust it. That's where you are. Do we need a database? Now this is because one approach is everything goes in memory. Like literally, when you start the application, you build up a song list. No users or no, we'll call them users. No users, no favorites, no votes, no nothing. And but everything just lives in RAM, and that's really easy, really fast, because you don't need to translate your domain objects like songs and users and stars and instruments. You don't need to translate that from C# into a database and back again. Is there any possibility that the Azure app service that's running this is going to crash or restart in the middle of the show? Because if it does, we're going to lose everything. And I mean, it's not the end of the world. It might be embarrassing. You're like, really sorry, everyone. I lost all your stuff. We need you to go and sign up for everything all over again. But I mean, so there's three options. One is we do it all in memory. Two is I do something like a SQLite database that is just a file that's deployed as part of the app. so that when you do a deployment, you lose everything. But if the app just restarts, it's fine. The data is still there in the file. And the third one is you get a real database, like Azure SQL Server or Postgres or something like that. Now, SQLite's kind of fun. I think for this one, I'm going to go memory. I'm literally just going to put stuff in memory, and if you restart the app, then we'll bake the song list in. That'll actually be part of the application. So if you restart, the song list is still there, and all your users and your signups and your queue, they all get lost. We have to build them again. That is obviously the easiest way to build this app, and I'm hesitating because it's also could go wrong in kind of interesting ways. Yeah, this is, I guess we put in some kind of abstraction layer, so we can, yeah, that's how you do it. I'll put like a data store layer behind this, and so the front end is just going to do things like, hey, this person started that song, and this person wants to sing that song, and this song just got played. And then that will put in this kind of boundary layer that'll make it easier to go in and replace it with like a real database later. Okay, cool, we're gonna do that. Yeah, all right, nice progress. Right, let's start hacking some stuff. So what do I need? I've got Visual Studio here. Let's whack that up full screen. So hello from the root index view. Does the hot reload work? Well, that's all right. So let's take a look. I'm gonna go. So this is our root controller. This is index. And index is going to be this screen here. It's, you open up, you got all songs, my songs queue, and it's just the song list with the search kind of baked into it. So let's start stubbing out some stuff here. So what I need is, I'm going to create a, I guess we'll just call it the obligatory database. So let's play. This is controllers, Guitaraoke web app. Jump over Solution Explorer. What do we got on here? So we got controllers, we got views. Right click, add new folder. I'm going to drop a folder in here called data. No, apparently I'm not. Apparently I had a dream last night in which this Microsoft wireless keyboard, the dream didn't work properly because the wireless keyboard had low batteries. That's how much these things get to you when the technology you use every day doesn't kind of hang together properly. New folder, right click that, rename. I know it's in, is it refactor? What? Maybe I can press F2. No, I can't do anything because I'm running the app. That's why it didn't work. There's a kind of weird subset of things that Visual Studio will do while the application is running. Like it can create new files and folders, but it can't rename things because then it loses track of what it was before. So this is going to be data, and then in here, I am going to add a new item. So this is nice. This is a new Visual Studio thing. If you say something.json, it adds a JSON file. If you say something.c#, you get a C# class and everything. So I'm going to call this the iSong. Call it iSong database. Why not? There we go. It's interface. Oh, cool. And look at that. It worked out its public interface because it picked up the I on the beginning. See, that's kind of smart. Not intelligent, but smart. All right, so what do we got? Let's start plugging in. So I'm going to say namespace Guitaraoke web app.data.entities. Entities model. Let's put them in. Naming things is hard. Naming things is really hard. All right. So I'm going to create a class called song. Public class song. So song is song, yeah, you know, la 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 la. Public string artist, get and set that. And a public string title, get and set that. We're going to need some kind of key. Now, one of the interesting challenges here is things like the little, you see that there in What's Up by Four Non-Blondes. We've got a What's Up. Now, if I search for What's Up, like using a straight apostrophe, it's not going to find it because it doesn't match the regular expression in that. So one, I need to filter the search behavior. Let me make a note of that. So over here, that's notes on search. So let's whack that in. Must exclude punctuation. So if you search for What's Up with a regular straight apostrophe, it'll find What's the alt code for that? It's like 0145 or something. Whoa, hang on, let's get that. 0145, there we go. 0146, there we go. Smart up. I love the way they call them smart up. Like it's a typographer's quote. That's what it is, but no one knows that because they think it's smart quotes. Because that's what. There's only two hard things in computer science: cache and validate. No, there are three hard things. Two hard things in computer science. Yeah. Hey Phil, that's exactly right. Cache and validation, naming things off by one errors. Actually, there are only two hard problems in computer science: cache and validation, naming things off by one errors, guaranteed single delivery, and guaranteed single delivery are the only hard problems in computer science. Right, okay, so notes on search, cool, we'll come back to that. Need to remember to fix that. So we got a song, we got artist, we got title, and so there's always this thing, I'm like, I'm going to need it. Well, I'm going to need an ID. I'm not going to need an ID. Like, am I going to need... I don't think I'm going to need an ID. All I need now is a like a list of songs on here. So I'm going to have IEnumerable of song. And we'll call this, what, list songs. There we go. So that's that. And then I'm going to plug in a public class song database. So this is going to implement iSong database. All right. And boom, yep, implement missing numbers, there's that. And now list songs, all right, now let's, so what am I looking for? We're gonna go test driven here. We're gonna start plugging in some tests as we go along. So I'm gonna do right click over here, add new. Actually, I'm gonna do this from the console because it's better and easier and more likely to give me what I need. So let me sling that across here. Whack that up a little bit. CD, so I need to be in the Guitaraoke, GitHub Guitaraoke, CD app.guitaraoke.live, .NET new X unit -o Guitaraoke web app.tests. All right, and now .NET test. Actually, hang on, .NET solution add Guitaraoke web app. Plug that into the solution file. It's going to confuse Visual Studio, but that's all right. Visual Studio was confused anyway. Cool, look at that. All the tests are green. Ship it. Bang. Right. Oh, yeah, reload. That's cool. Reload the solution. Now, one of the kind of fun things about having like a little fake in-memory database for this thing is I can probably use the same database in my... if I wanted to, I could use the same database in my test that I'm using in my real app. Or actually, it's probably safer to say that I could run the web app off the test database. But let's take a look. So what do we got in here? So public class unit test one. Now, there's a couple of different ways of testing... web apps in modern .NET, because there's kind of like the people talk about unit tests versus integration tests versus end-to-end tests, but really there's two things we can do. One is we can hit the controller and say, hey, run that method, tell me what it did. The other one is we can send an actual request all the way through that pipeline and make sure that the response that came out the other side was the right kind of response. So we're gonna kind of do both. I'm gonna start with some controller tests. So let's rename that to this is gonna be root controller tests. Okay, so facts. So what do we got? Index returns song list. Okay, so it's X unit test. So what do we got? System under test var c equals new root controller. And that's going to say, hey, do you want to pull in the web app? Yes, we do. Give us one of those. That's nice. It wants a logger of root controller, which, yeah, we'll plug in a null logger of root controller. That's cool. So equals that, and then we're going to say var result equals, or var result equals c.song. What do we got? C.index. Yep, that's cool. As this should be a view result. Now c.index here, that is almost certainly gonna be asynchronous. So let's start. There's a certain amount of letting tests drive the thing. Like we should have a test that fails because it's not async. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna say public task action result. That index equals view. And now that is going to... Now this is interesting, because if there was anything in this that needs to be decorated async, there we go. Yeah, so there's actually nothing async in here at the moment. But any kind of data access thing, sort of worth thinking async up front in case it becomes asynchronous later, which is a bad idea. Like the whole kind of Perl ethos, you aren't going to need it. Like if it doesn't solve a problem you have right now, you shouldn't be coding it right now. But let's see how we get on. So I'm going to do result equals, so we're going to say await c.index, bang, so make that an async task method. And then what do we want to do? We want to say result.model, so var songs equals result.model as, now this is going to be, let's say a list of, an I enumerable of song. Okay, songs dot should not be null, and songs dot should not be empty. And should is failing here, should not be empty. Should is failing because I don't have shouldly. So let's find, go here. Actually, terminal for this is going to be easier again. So cd Guitaraoke app.tests.net add package. Let me move that up a little bit so you can see it and it's not stuck behind the corner of my head. There we go. .NET add package shouldly. I like shouldly. Shouldly's fluent assertions for .NET. And it lets you do things like say, this should be that. And if it's not, it said, hey, that should have been this, but it wasn't. Import shouldly and missing references. Boom, there's that. All cool. Okay. So songs equals result.model as, why is that complaining? Songs may be null here. Yep, all right. So, okay, we should really assert in here result.should not be null as well, because if we get back something that can't be cast to a view result, it's gonna get null out of the coercion there. So no, that's all right. Songs should not be null. Songs should not be empty. And right, I'm not convinced this is 100% right. Let's switch on ncrunch. So ncrunch is the test runner that I use on .NET projects, which I like because it just sits and it runs all your tests all the time. And let's go over here and tools. Hang on, down here. Boom, right click that. Enable ncrunch. Yes, so allow parallel execution, yes. Run tests automatically, yes. Do not ignore them, yes. Click next. Yes, yes, and yes, and boom, let's go. So this is going to sit here, run all my tests all the time. And we'll drop it in down there. So, and any second now, I should get a little list of colored lights. Now, the other thing I love about ncrunch is it's going to color code my solution for me. And it's going to show me any line that has a passing test will get a little green light next to it. Let's give that a second to run. Cool. All right. So we got a failing test. Index returns song list. Should not be null, but was at songs.should not be null. All right. So let's fix that. So root controller here. That is going to be so index equals doing. So what do I need to do to fix this? Well, I need to get some data from somewhere, so I need to inject an iSong database DB into here. Apply, change signature, thank you resharper, break the code so it doesn't compile, initialize a field, so there's that. And now in here, now the simplest thing I could possibly do in here is I could say return db.listsongs. And that's probably good, because if I do anything more complex than that, I'm not actually testing the complexity, so I end up with behavior that I can't verify. So let's say var db equals new song database. There's that. Pass the db into that. Result equals that. 3. Boom, there we go. Immediately blew up. The method is not implemented. All right. Now, at this point, I'm going to... So this is fun. The test database here, this song database here, I don't want to run a full live... Do I want to run a full... Because I could run a full live song list. I need a way of changing the songs in this thing that ideally maybe doesn't need a git commit every time I want to add a new song to the list. Although, to add a new song to the list, I got to download backend tracks, mix it, make a video, make the chord chart, render the video, put the 5.1 mix out. Honestly, doing a git commit at the end of that is probably not the hardest thing in the world. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the song database. You initialize it by giving it a list. So you're like, hey, here's the songs we want you to work with, and it'll load those things into an internal database, like a data store or something. So I'm going to create a public song database. So how do you get songs in? I guess we just do this. I list of songs. So inside here, we'll have introduce a read-only field. I list of songs. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So now list songs can just literally return songs. Okay, so there, that's .song. So now over here in my test code, I can jump in here and I'm gonna put a constructor on here. So root controller test, and I'm gonna say list songs equals new, and we'll create a new list of songs in here. And that is gonna be, why is that complaining? So there's that. List songs equals new, and new song. So let's put a constructor on song itself just to make it a little bit easier to spin these things up. So let's have a public parameterless constructor. No, we're not going to be making songs, so we can put our own constructor on this. Public song, string artist, string title, and initialize field. No, we want to initialize auto property. That's what we want to do. Initialize auto property there and there. Cool, that's in. Phil says, been sat on the fence about buying Ncrunch for a little while. I love Ncrunch. It is just, yeah, it's the thing that kind of keeps me on Windows a little bit because it's not cross-platform or it's only proper Visual Studio. I love it, absolutely love it. It is. I got projects which have hundreds and hundreds of tests, and being able to make a change and then you just go, oh wow, there's red everywhere. Like I broke a lot of stuff with that. Okay, so we got a song, there's a constructor on that. So a new song, what do we got? Artist, let's go with ABBA, and title is going to be Waterloo, and a new song is going to be AC/DC, and You Shook Me All Night Long, and a new song is going to be... so I'm trying to think of weird edge cases, like songs that have odd punctuation and so. You know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. There we go. We got some songs. Actually, we don't even need. We need one song. That'll do for what we've got here. Now, why is that complaining? Songs equals new list of songs. Songs equals new list. Song. Yep. Okay. See, that's weird, because that's exactly what I did. But now if I take that... oh, of course you need the brackets, because that is an anonymous object. But that is a new whatever the thing that it thinks it should be is, with one of these in it. And now that can be... yeah. Hey, and it's grand. What do you mean ABBA is a spelling mistake? No, it is not. Solution, Guitaraoke Live, Team Shared. There we go. Songs equals that. New song database on songs. Song database songs. Cannot use local variable before it is declared. That's weird. That's initialized in the controller. So there's that. There's the songs. Oh, stupid. The fun thing about doing like streams like this is there's a little bit of your brain that if you were just doing this by yourself in a silent room would just be sat thinking really hard about what you're doing. But when you're doing the live stream, that bit of your brain is like, well, I should tell people what's going on, and sometimes you miss stuff. So let's to-list that, so we're not doing a multiple enumeration on it. No, that's fine. So boom, okay, so we got a passing test. Cool, nice, all right. So now, the test passes, woohoo, exciting. Does the code work? Does it do anything? Let's take a look. Because the whole, test-driven development is all very well and good and interesting, but now if we run this, I'm going to spin this up, it's going to open in a browser over here, and boom, no, it doesn't work. Look, we've got green tests, but the application is actually useless and broken and does nothing. So this is where the other kind of testing comes into this. So what I'm going to do in here, and I'm going to Google a couple of things here because I've not done this with the new web application factory stuff, because this project doesn't have a startup class. I got this program.cs, and I've done testing where you have an explicit startup as well as a program. I don't have one of those here, so I need to figure out how to do this. So for want of a better word, I'm going to call this web tests. And I'm going to have a fact in here, and this fact is going to say public async task get root returns okay. Again, you could get ahead of yourself. You could be like, well, let's get back and parse the HTML and see what we got on there. And hey, Warner, good morning. Welcome. First time here. It's my first time back in a while. I used to do this during the lockdowns and the pandemic. I was on Twitch all the time because there was nothing else to do. These days, this is the first time I've been on here in a while. So I'm building a web app to let people choose songs. So this is my prototype that I hacked together the other day. And basically it's for the guitar karaoke nights that I run, so you can go in here and we got a list of what songs have you signed up for and what are you going to do, and then we got a queue of what's coming up and who's playing what on it, and this is kind of a mostly static-y HTML prototype-y thing, so I'm working on turning this into something real and putting kind of test coverage around it. And we just got as far as so ASP.NET MVC web app. Let me break that out into webtests.cs. Alright, so what I need to do now is figure out the web application factory test stuff. Now, let me check. So I have some notes on this from a workshop that I have been putting together. And let me see if I got as far as, there we go, 2 different testing styles. So add a few to, so this is a course handbook for a workshop that I run that I'm in the process of updating at the moment. So testing controller actions, that's all fine. Testing with the web application factory. So, okay, so I need to .NET add package that. Now I'm pretty sure these instructions are right because I wrote them and they worked, but that was a long time ago. So let's see what we get. Plug all that in. Actually, before we do anything else, I got a green test I should commit. I should check the code into GitHub before I go and break anything. So what do we got? Web tests is there. Okay, that's all good. So let's jump back over. Actually, I can console commit this. So CD, there we go. There we go. Git status, git add, git commit -m, working unit test, or passing unit test. Difference between a working test and a passing test. A test can work and fail and say, yes, I tested it and it failed. Everything is verified. Passing unit test for a root controller. Boom. Go. Okay, cool. That's that. Okay. I'm not going to push that or it'll go live on the internet straight away because, hey, continuous delivery is a thing here. Right, let's take a look at, so I am on here. So install a testing package, plug that into our usings.cs. So let's add that global using. If you've not seen global usings before, it's nice. It's a way of saying, hey, all this stuff over here, actually, while we're in here, I can grab a bunch of stuff out of here. So I got my controllers, my data, my login, shouldly. All this stuff is going to get used in all of my test projects. So global using, that's Shift Alt and arrow key, by the way, in Visual Studio. Look, many cursors. and it's brilliant. And also you can do stuff like if you press end, it'll jump you to the end of the line, which is just amazing. It's such a massive productivity boost for so many things that previously we'd have gone, I wonder if I can do that with a regular expression. Nah, multiplayer cursors, just lots of them all chasing each other around. It's fun. So what do we got? We've got get returns. Okay, there we go. That's our musings. So what I need to do is to use Web Application Factory, our tests needs to be able to see the program class, but in .NET 6 the program is implicit. We're using top-level statements. There isn't anywhere to add the public keyword. So this is kind of fun, because what happens when we compile this thing here is it's gonna basically wrap this whole lot in a, look, any statements you find lying around on the ground, pretend that they're inside a public class program and a public static void main, and it basically says, look, well, if all of this was in here, would the program work? And then it goes, oh yeah, it works, cool, all right, we'll do it. But that means that the program itself doesn't actually get declared anywhere. It doesn't exist in the source code. It exists in the application, because the compiler kind of bodges it back in for us. I say bodges. The compiler weaves it elegantly with precision back in for us. So what I'm going to do is I am going to add the... we'll do that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the project file. So I got my Guitaraoke web app. Double-click that. That gets me the project file. So I can just stick in an item group, and I'm going to say... internals visible to equals, and I'm going to make this the Guitaraoke web app dot tests. Now I'd like it if there was a way that the test project was, because this isn't kind of important for running in production. This isn't part of the application I want to ship. It just needs to be there to make it testable, but it's not actually like a design thing. It's just a hack. But yeah, it is. I guess the alternative would be if the tests could come in and say, hey, give me that, then any other assembly could come up to your project and go, hey, give me access to stuff I'm not supposed to see. And apparently that's bad. The people who work in InfoSec tell me we shouldn't do that. So what do we got? We got as far as there. That's cool. So we got async and await methods, and right. So this is the syntax that we're looking at, and I'm actually going to just copy that whole lot, chunk that, copy that, drop in over here, and there's our web tests. And I think how much did I copy? Public class web test. Boom. Oh crap. Copy that. Come over here. Drop that out. Kill that. Paste that with the P for right. Right click. Copy. Clipboard error between code and compiler. What? Right click that, that's fine. Copy, yes. Wow. There you go, folks. Programming since 1987, and I just failed to use the Windows clipboard on 3 consecutive attempts. Isn't that fun? Cool, so what do we got in here? Well, we're saying, all right, we'll make us a new factory. Factory is the thing that makes websites, or makes in-memory little testable versions of websites that we can then hit with requests, and we can get stuff back out the other side. So this, now home index is the wrong name for the test here, because it's not called home, it's called root, because I don't like home very much. Returns valid HTML. Now, even valid HTML, this is already testing more than we need. So we got a factory.create client, and then we got client.getAsync on root. So that says, hey, give me the test URL, and then this response.isSuccess status code should be true. So do that, build that. Now I've broken something because nCrunch is over here going, I'm not sure about this project. Okay, that looks pretty good. Program is inaccessible due to its protection level. Now I just fixed that, right? Like you saw me do the thing. Guitaraoke web app, internals visible to Guitaraoke web app.tests. That's there. Let me try. Possibly nCrunch is not rebuilding the whole thing. Let's do a rebuild across the whole thing. Okay. Strange and interesting. So did we do anything in here? So this is weird. This can see it, but the other thing can't. I'm going to kick over and restart the encrunch engine. So that's the whole restart the whole thing. While that's doing it, I'm going to do a .NET test from the console. So let's, let me just bring that over a little bit and shrink that up to there. There's that. So while that's running, we can do a .NET test from here. And all right, so that we got a clean build and then a failing test, which is good. That's what we expected to get out of it, which is fine. But interestingly, encrunch still can't run it. Okay, we're going to go down a rabbit hole here, friends. We are going to do encrunch internals visible to not working. That's from 2014. That's from 2014. That's from 2014. Tools. Anytime. Past year. There aren't matches. Okay, right. Let's see if we can figure out why this isn't working. So what we got here is the encrunch thing is saying web test. It literally can't compile that. It's saying program is inaccessible due to its protection level. Now, we've got the internals visible to thing on there. Okay, so the workaround for this, if internals visible to doesn't work, is to declare a partial program class in there and make it public. And this needs to be live on Saturday. So we're going to do that. Instead of solving the problem, we're going to work around it. So Guitaraoke web app, I'm going to jump in on here. We are going to take that. Just double check guitar. Yeah, it worked from the console, didn't it? Like, let's just check this is the right thing. So if I take that out and then I do a .NET test from here. Yeah, okay, so now it won't build. So putting that chunk of code in there, that makes it work with .NET test. But it doesn't make it work with encrunch, and I'm not sure why. So we'll worry about that later. What I can do for now is I can put a thing in here, which is a public partial class program. And what that does is it takes the bits that are lying around on the ground and puts those in one partial part of the program. It puts that in the other part of the program, and there we go. Encrunch kicked in, and it said unable to... Okay, so this is good. So what we've got here is, all we're testing is, look, if we go to the home page, do we get OK? And the code is saying, no, you don't get OK. If you go to the home page, you get a system.invalidOperation exception. So now we've got this unit test for the thing we noticed when we tried to run our app, which is the home page doesn't work. So why not? It says, well, unable to resolve service for type. So we need to jump in over here, and we need to say builder.services.add lifecycle management. How many song databases do we want? Probably one, because this thing is going to actually have the songs in it. So we want the same instance everywhere. So I'm going to say anytime anyone asks you for an iSong database, you give them a song database. Now what does the song database look like? That can go in our global usings for this project. Do I have a global usings for this project? No, I don't. Let's add one here. Right click, add new items usings.cs. And in here, global using Guitaraoke web app.data. So pull that in everywhere. So var songs equals new list of song. And now I'm about to repeat myself. Like, it feels like I'm about to write the same code here that I already wrote somewhere else. Tell you what. We will put a... Yes, doesn't matter. We'll repeat it. Yeah. So var songs equals new list song, and the top thing we'll put in there is going to be a new song, and we'll put ABBA Waterloo. That can be target type new. That can come out of there. That's all fine. and add singleton iSong database. So when we correct one of those, we are gonna, now we can either put in the instance, so we can say new song database songs, or we can put in a factory method here that says, hey, when someone asks you for one of these, we want you to run that. But in this instance, we're gonna put add song database, do that. And now we take a look at our, boom, there we go. Our endcrunch is all green, and Guitaraoke web app.tests, we now have a passing test for the root controller, and we have passing test for the web tests. So our home page works. Do we trust it? Let's have a look. Cool, we got a header and a footer. That's a good start. So now this page, this is where you kind of, take a call on how much do you test this stuff. This page is going to end up being this page. And at the very least, I think we ought to check that if there's a song in the database, it comes through on the home page, comes through on that song list there. So let's go over to our web tests here. And I'm going to say root index returns okay. That's nice. Now, I'm not going to get into the gritty detail of like parsing the HTML and breaking out and figuring out, hey, does it contain this element with that element with that element with this thing in it? You want to do that, you can. So I'm going to say root index includes songs. And now at this point, we can do something interesting. Because we need to know, I want to say, so response.content.read as string async. So this will give me my page HTML, right? And that's going to do that thing. I'm not checking for OK because I'm checking for OK over here. So if that stops working, a different test fails. Because I'm a believer of the principle that a test should only have one reason to fail normally. So page HTML is that. And now we can say page HTML dot should contain. Now I could come in here, and that needs to be an await because page HTML at the moment is a task. But if we do that, now page HTML should contain what? Well, now we know it should contain ABBA, right? But actually, what we can do is we can say var db equals factory.services.getService iSong database. We can say, hey, please get us the non-generic method cannot be used with type argument. Yeah, it can. That's totally a thing that you can do. Why is that complaining? Because we don't have... There we go. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Right. And we'll move that into global using. There we go. Yep. Ooh, fun. I'm going to call this global usings. There we go. So global usings is there. So let's hack that lot out of there. So what we got here is the Microsoft out-of-the-box template calls it usings. Yeah, we can stop that. It's not running. The resharper refactor thing wants to call it global usings. I think global usings is a better name. So I'm going to rename that as well and call that global usings.cs. So there we go. Right, where were we? So we were saying, okay, db's factory. Now, if we want to, we could say db.songs or db.listsongs. So let's say for each var song in db.listsongs. Page HTML should contain song.title. Page HTML should contain song.artist. Now that should be right. That's fine. That's fine. DB is cool. Okay, so the test is failing, which is good. And if we look at the actual specifics of the failure we get, let me just bring this out where it's a little easier to see what's going on with it. Drop that in over there. It's saying, hey, that page should contain the word Waterloo, but actually it contained doctype HTML, HTML head. I'm reading Mark Siemens' book at the moment, Code That Fits in Your Head, and one of the things he introduces in that book, which I really like, is the idea of the devil's advocate, which is what is the most evil way that you can make the test pass. So what we could do is if I go over into my program.cs, now you can kind of imagine if I had a band called Meta who had a song called Head. Watch this. Test passes, yay! Because the web page includes Meta and Head, which is not the right thing, but yeah, a little bit of devil's advocate, evil test passing stuff there. So yeah, so the page should contain the title, page should contain the artist. It doesn't. So let's go over into our view, and there's root and there's index. And so what I'm going to do on here is I'm going to say that the model for this page is an IEnumerable of song, and then on there I'm going to say for each var song in model, let's do so we'll put in an ordered list, I guess we'll do. We'll fix it up later, but kind of ordered list, song number 1, 2, 3, 4. The order matters because it's alphabetical. It's not just a random bag of stuff. So, good morning, Surly Dev. How are you? So for each song and model, I'm going to put out a list item. I'm going to say song.title and song.artist. And no, other way around, because ABBA goes at the top of the list, and song.title and right, let's see what we got. Does the test pass? Look at that. The test is green, the trap is clean. Let's see if the website works. Boom, run that. One, ABBA, Waterloo, header, footer, woohoo! Right, cool. Let's make it live because the internet needs to see this. So, and that's the wrong folder there. I want to be in, and that's the wrong folder there. I don't want to be in that one. Is that the right one? That will. No, that's the prototype host. So we'll leave that running so I can keep bouncing back over to that, seeing what that looks like. I've lost the terminal window. It's all right. We can open another one. We have the technology. No, and I don't want to search with Bing. I want to run terminal. There we go. Sweet. All right. So, D projects, GitHub, Guitaraoke, CD app.guitaraoke.live, .NET tests. Are we all good and clean and good to go? We should be. Yep. It's being used by another process. Something is running somewhere. It's Visual Studio running it. All right, run that. Cool. Now, there's one little detail missing from this at the moment, which is if I go look at my GitHub action and I look at that one there. So this is the action which is going to build the thing every time I check it in. And there's a missing piece because this ain't running any tests. So I'm actually going to rename this. So this is going to be called build, test, and deploy to app.guitaraoke.live. So any push to main is going to run this thing. That's cool. Runs on Ubuntu latest. Yeah, that's fine. Setup.NET Core, .NET version 7. That's cool. So there is build with .NET. Now I'm going to drop in here an action which is... I love editing YAML by hand. That's my favorite way to... why is that? Tabs are not allowed as indentation. Really? What a wonderfully awful language YAML is. So, .NET test. So let's... Now I'm actually just gonna say .NET test, and this is gonna be .NET test. So that will run all the tests, and if it works, we're gonna deploy the thing. And there we go. That's all looking pretty good. Okay, so close that, close that, close that. Close all the things just to make sure I haven't accidentally forgotten to save anything. And now we are gonna do a git add all the things, git commit -m end to end test including song list, and git push that. Boom. Right, and that's definitely going to be fine because it has green tests, so what can possibly go wrong? Let's start plugging something else into it. So one of the capabilities that I want on this thing is for people to be able to select songs and say this is a favorite. Like I want to, this is one of my favorite, and then I want a count of all the favorites. So we're going to plug that thing in next. So what I'm going to do here is figure out what's the logic we need for that to be able to happen. Now, this I want to happen client side. So we're going to need a little API endpoint on here that we can call from some client side JavaScript. Now, yeah, this is kind of, there's a couple of different ways we can approach this here. Let's have a little think. So what do I want? Let's, so there's our index.cshtml. There's that. I'm gonna put some more songs in my fake database is what I'm gonna do. So in my program.cs, let's actually, I know what's going to be easy. We're going to bootstrap this thing with a text file, because why would you not do that? Actually, we'll make it a no. We'll just make it a text file. That's easy. So let's add a new new item in here. We'll call this songlist.txt, and we'll rename that to songlist.txt because lists is wrong. And then in here, now I have a big load of songs on here somewhere, so let me bring up one of those. Actually, I'm going to start a there we go, d cd dropbox cd creative, nope, cd Guitaraoke, cd number 5 output. So there's the list of actual stuff IB. So I'm going to do a dir/b and pipe that into the clipboard. That's going to give me all that on the clipboard. There we go. There's that big list of songs. I'm going to do a shift alt, boom, get me a whole load of cursors. I love being able to do that. And backslash. There we go. List of songs. And let's. Now you'll notice that these songs, because they come from file names, they're not entirely correct. Like What's Up should have an apostrophe in it, and ACDC should have a slash in it. Good luck putting that in a cross-platform file name that's being used by anything. But this will do. So there we go. So there's that. So in here, I'm going to say var songs equals file.read all text. Ooh, read all lines. Yeah, file.read all lines songlist.txt. Dot select line goes to new song. Select goes to line.split, and I want to split it on that space dash space, which is the middle character there. Dot select tokens goes to new song, tokens 0, tokens 1. Okay, so let's songlist.text add to the solution dictionary. Songs equals that, scrub that. That song database constructor is going to take an IEnumerable and is going to do songs.toList inside the constructor. Okay, so there's that, there's that, there's that. That's exploding because could not find file. So I need songlist.txt copy to output directory always. There we go. And let's see what happens when we rebuild it. Now this could be interesting. No, that should be fine. I got failing tests here saying that it could not find file C, uses Dylan app data, local mcrunch, blah 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 blah, Guitaraoke tests bin debug net70 songlist.txt. That is copy always. So again, same thing. Is this a problem with the project or just mcrunch being uncomfortable with the way I'm approaching it? Let's do a .NET test from the command line. See if that, okay, so that also blows up. And that's cute. It got as far as we didn't start the fire before it failed. I think I know why. And this is the fun of doing testing on real data as opposed to fake data. Is I think if we have a look, so I'm gonna run this. Okay, so one .NET Test ran the test, but encrunch didn't. So I'm going to figure out in a second why that's the case and why that didn't work with that. Okay, rebuild this solution. I'm just going to kick that one off. But while that's going, we're going to run this. Because there's our song list, and that looks pretty good. But if we go over to Billy Joel, We Didn't Start the Fire, right-click Inspect, bring up the inspector, drag that across, and there it is. And curious. I was expecting to see some HTML encoded something behind that, like something that didn't. I'm Tabs Gang, right? Says Woo6. Yeah, I'm Tabs Gang because I read a compelling thing about how tabs versus spaces is actually a usability concern, and for certain people with certain kinds of visual impairments. One of them I read about was a developer who used really, really wide tabs to make it much easier to see the blocks of code. And the other one was a developer who cranked their font size all the way up because they're struggling to focus their eyes. And so they used very, very small tabs because when you got like a 60-point font, 8-space tab is, woo, you're off the right-hand side of the screen there. Why is We Didn't Start the Fire failing that test? Interesting. Should contain that, but was actually... Now, yeah, this is the problem with these kinds of tests, is it's like, you got this massive web page, and it's got all this stuff in it. Now, something entertaining that we could do here... I'm going to do this just for fun. Just for the lols. Right, so what I'm going to do on here is... We're going to go into our web test here, and so there's a thing you can do with XUnit which will allow you to kind of generate test cases from a chunk of code from somewhere. And actually, no, I'm not, because what that would do is it would run the get for every single song in the database. So that's going to be slow, because it's going to run like 100 different requests, and each time it's going to get back the whole page, and it's just going to look to see whether there's a single song in it, which is not really what we want on here. So, let's go over to program.cs. There's that, and right. Failing test. Why is it failing? Why is it failing in encrunch? Let's figure that out first. So I'm going to stop running it, because when it fails in encrunch, it's easy to rerun it. So could not find file, songlist.txt. Why is that not copying across to there? Let me just take a look and see what we've actually got. So I'm going to grab that entire folder there. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to open that in Explorer, which is, I got an Explorer window here. That'll do. Boom, drop that in there. And sure enough, songlist.txt is not in that folder. It's conspicuously absent. Why? I mean, you can. It's interesting. Just kind of, this is what we get out of this one web app with this one endpoint. This is the amount of stuff that is necessary to make it work, including all of these localized resource files for all the different languages. This is what gets deployed, but yeah. And 2 different dialects of Chinese, which is always nice. Right, what's going on? Why is this thing not working? Why is encrunch could not find file? Let's have a look. So just double check. Songlist.txt, copy to output directory always. Yes, that's correct. Full path is that. Web app songlist.txt. Right click, rebuild that. Now this may be an encrunch setting that I need to switch on. So open encrunch. Where's configuration? There we go. And somewhere in here there is a copy to... Let's check the docs. Encrunch, copy to output directory. Okay. Yep. I've seen all this stuff before. That's Remco Mulder. He's the guy who wrote encrunch. I assume it's a guy. That's the person who wrote encrunch. Yep. Welcome guest. Please log in. Documentation. Constraints. Multi-threaded. Heavy executed. Cross-domain. Test name. Source control. Build platform configuration. Weird. So there's a couple of ways we can fix this. One of them is we duplicate the song list in both projects. I think that might make it work. So what I'm going to do on here is I'm going to go to Web Apps and I'm going to right click. I'm going to add existing item. So Windows doesn't actually do kind of symbolic linking. Well, it does, but it's very obscure and it breaks a lot of stuff. But if I set that to all files and I pick songlist.txt and I go ding add as link, what I get is I get effectively the same file in two different places, which fixed nothing. Look at that. Could not find file. Hilarity. Right, there's that. Oh no, I need to now set that on here to copy always. There we go. You know, notice the way every time I have an idea, I'm absolutely confident it's going to fix the problem. Okay, boom, there we go. One failing, one passing. So root index returns okay. Yep, that's nice. Root index includes songs. Boom. Case insensitive comparison did not contain. We didn't start the fire. So let's figure out why not. So what I can do on here is I'm going to stick a breakpoint on there. Boom. I'm going to right click that. I'm going to debug selected test runner in new process. And we are going to get to, right, let's have a look. There's page HTML and I've got an XML visualizer. Whee, look at that. This is what actually gets spat out the other side of that. And we are looking for Billy Joel. We didn't start the, it's there. It's totally there. Okay, so potential theories. One is there is something weird about it. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to close that. And right, so continue, run the test. So that's saying comparison, we didn't start the fire, should contain that. So what did I actually get out of that? Is there's that. Right, so one theory I'm just going to rule out is that it's not just that it's only comparing up to a certain length of string, and that's the point that it's breaking. So if I open songlist.txt, and let me just chop that one out. Why have I got a big weird margin on the left-hand side of this file? I have no idea. All right, never mind. So Billy Joel, we didn't start the file. Let's cut that line out. That'll rerun the test. And now it's saying, okay, yeah, interesting. So now it's breaking on, so kill Iron Blossom, read all lines, and ampersand could be the issue. So let's check. So what I'm going to do now is if I put a breakpoint on in our program.cs, boom. Let's put a breakpoint there. So now when I go and I debug the selected test, it'll break here. Now I can have a look at songs. So we got 97 songs in the list. Yeah, let's expand the enumerable. There they are. That's Four Non-Blondes. That's Adele. That's Backstreet Boys. That's Billy Idol, H.I.J. Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire is there. So you know you get that process when you're debugging something, when yeah, there is an apostrophe. So there's an let's have a look at what we got here. So text visualizer says that. That is the song title that we are getting out of the song list. It is coming through correctly. It's something to do with the fact that there is a apostrophe. So what I'm going to do now, let's turn this into a single test that works on making something with FFmpeg. FFmpeg wasn't. That's FFmpeg running on WebAssembler. Is that right? So you can do video encoding, but you can make other people encode your video in their browsers. Nice. Did you confirm it is the apostrophe? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a test that fixes on this exact specific issue. So I'm going to say fact, and this is going to be public async task. Song list works with song containing apostrophes. So what I can do on here is I am going to so to be able to do this properly, we've got a now there's a couple of places where the bug could be here. It could be to do with the way we're reading songlist.txt off the file. So let's put in a thing here that is going to eliminate that as a possible dependency. So I'm going to say factory.services what do I need to do? I need to deregister a service so I can replace it with something else. And how do I do that? Is I see if I make notes on this, which I may well have done. Versatile GitHub.io fsnet full stack web development with .NET 6 testing ASP.NET web apps. Scrolling down. And no, I did not document the process for doing this. Forgive me while I have a look at a Git repository I'm not going to share on Twitch to see how this works. So we've got our source here. We've got the tests. We've got the test web application factory is apparently services.remove all should work, but does not work. Why not? Maybe it's because I need to inject this somewhere else. So what I'm trying to do here is I need to spin up a website that's talking to a database that did we confirm it is the apostrophe? Did we edit out of that? Okay, so actually that's a good idea. So let's just have a look. Now we do actually know, because this test does not fail till it gets to we didn't start the fire, it is passing on all of the previous songs in the list. So everything above that point is working. If I put an apostrophe there, let's put that in there, because I think now it's going to blow up straight away. Boom, okay, there. So now it's blowing up on the first song on the list, which is cool. So it's definitely the apostrophe. So the question is it the way we are parsing the song list that's causing the problem, or is it the way that we are rendering the data in there that is causing the problem? So page HTML should contain, and this is really strange. So what I want to do is I want to be able to override the configuration so I can spin up a factory.create client. And that means web application factory of program. Let me see if I can. So web application factory override services is what I want to be able to do. Yep. Now this is stuff that was easy enough to do on. You can use webhostbuilder.configure test services. This is covered in the integration testing chapter of the documentation. Alright, so what do we got on here? Introduction, database file system, that's fine. Yep, we're using Microsoft ASP.NET Core testing. Copies the dependencies, that's fine. And Yep. Make the program public. Yeah. Okay, so that's the thing we tried earlier that didn't work with mcrunch. That's the thing we tried that did. And I'm looking for how do we override, customize the web application factory. That's what we need. So what I need to do is inherit web application factory, override configure web host, and mess around with some stuff in there. So let's... are you essentially making... I'm building a server. So this is... So Kilo suggests parsing encoding UTF-8 in read... Could it be an encoding problem? Could it? Let's... I'll tell you how we can find out. So this is not a good test, but that's an interesting question that I want to get the answer to. So I'm going to say db, so page HTML equals that. Now I am going to say var line. So in here, I'm going to say var line equals page HTML dot split on... so if I split this on environment.newline, and so it's just ad hoc, this isn't going to go in for real, but then I'm going to find first or default. So let's find the line containing the artist. All right, so that should give me a single line. And then here I can say page HTML, so I can now say line.should contain title. Now what it'll do is it'll fail the same reason, but it'll give me a different assertion. Ooh, look at that. Haha! Gotcha. So what's happening is all right, that's really weird. So the apostrophe is being rendered as an HTML escape sequence, ampersand hash x27 semicolon. Here. That's what we're seeing here. Let me do a really quick and dirty... so if I bring up a terminal and whack that out, and I do a curl HTTP or HTTP localhost 8080. So there we go. Hang on, that's the wrong application. I need to be running the right application. Let's run this one, see which port this is going to spin up on. Yeah, that's fine. Continue, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So localhost 7132. So if I do a curl localhost 7132, and yeah, look at that. We didn't start the fire. In my head, I read these as the noise of the transformers transforming. So yeah, so that's what's going on here. Now, what's interesting, what is interesting and vexatious to me is if we look at this in a web browser, let's right-click inspect, and you remember we had a look at that. And if I have a look at the list item there, that has HTML unescaped that. But if because this is the... So I'm still thinking in terms of right-click view source like we used to 10, 15 years ago, because I'm old. If I have a look at the actual page that we got here, there, all right, yeah. Ugh. So this is the difference between the view source and the inspector, is the view source is going to show you what's actually there, and the inspector is going to show you what it thinks should be there. So, all right, so a nice easy way to fix this is to, HTML encode the song title and see if that, that's probably the best way of doing it. So how do I HTML encode something in a console app? So let's stop that running there. That was a fun little rabbit hole, wasn't it? Like all of this progress completely because of HTML encoding an apostrophe, which I learned how to do in 1995. Yeah. All right. So let's fix the test. So the test is over here. The web test is that. I'm actually going to stick with that. And ding. So I'm going to say line equals page HTML.split. So I'm actually going to split that out now. No, I'm not. I'm going to put that back in there. Line dot should contain. Now, what's a good way of HTML encoding something? HTML encode in .NET. Because I want to HTML encode it, but I don't want the whole... So there's, okay, web utility.html encode. Please let this be something that I can just drop in easily that isn't going to require me to put the whole of ASP.NET in my... Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. Web utility.html. Oh, I love it when stuff like this just works. Song.title. Okay, HTML, so that can just be HTML, because it's obviously that's all it's going to be here. So HTML should contain that. HTML should contain song.artist. And green, and ooh, that's interesting. It still fails. Why? We just fixed that, right? Like you watched me fix that. Web utility.html encode. Let me just check something. So SharpLab is, I don't know if you've seen SharpLab. It's an online service that lets you do fun stuff with using system var result equals web utility.html encode. Yeah, okay. Ampersand hash 39 semicolon. Oh, this is gonna be really funny. This is gonna be some. Look at the URL changes you type stuff in. Yeah, so check it out. The URL up here. You watch what's going on in the top there. As I type stuff in, boom. So that will be, I bet you, if we grab that and we base64 decode that. Interesting. All right, it's not a base64 encoding. It's some kind of encoding, whatever it is. So, all right. Anyway. So HTML should contain that. Now this is, I bet you I know what's going on. I bet you that the view engine in Razor is HTML encoding the glyph in hexadecimal, and the test HTML encode is encoding it in decimal. So we got that is not there. That's not there. So let's and okay. So an easier way of fixing this would be to HTML decode the entire... This has gone surprisingly deep, surprisingly quickly. So the reason why it's not working now is if we have a look... Let's do that thing where we split the lines again and see line by line what's actually happening. So var line equals HTML dot split on environment dot new line. Actually, let's do that in here. Var lines equals HTML dot split on environment dot new line, environment dot new line, and then I'm gonna say var line equals lines dot first L goes to L dot contains song dot artist. And then HTML that should contain that. Now, if I say line that should contain and line that should contain, you look at what we get in the comparison there. Yeah, boom. We're looking for ampersand hash 39 semicolon. We've actually got ampersand hash x27 because which makes this a surprisingly fragile test to try and figure out. Because what we could do is we could HTML decode. What do we get if we HTML decode a massive chunk of stuff? So let's try using system.net. HTML, what was it? Web utility dot. So if I HTML decode, what do we have? Ampersand hash 39 semicolon, boom. And that equal to web utility dot HTML decode ampersand hash x27 semicolon. Only that can be used as a statement. So let's say console.write line, that should give us true, I think. Yeah, okay, it's false. Apparently those things are not equal. Let's have a look at our failing test again and see what broke. Ampersand hash x27 semicolon, ampersand hash 39 semicolon. That should be an ampersand, shouldn't it? Not a there we go. Okay, so those are true. So let's console.writeLine. You know the stupid thing, of course, is if I hadn't bothered to try and write a unit test for this, we'd be way ahead actually building real stuff by now. So, what do I get if I do webutility.html decode? So can I run the entire page through an HTML decoder and then look for text that comes out the other side? So can I say .html.body unordered list item ampersand hash x27 semicolon boo ampersand hash 39 semicolon slash list item slash unordered list slash body slash HTML new line in constant. What? Alright, that appears to do the right thing. It preserves all the tags, but it turns escaped characters back into normal characters. So I think what I can do now is I can say var decoded HTML equals web utility dot HTML decode HTML. And now, what do you think? Is this going to work? Let's... it's either going to work, right? Or it's going to fail for some, like, unbelievably weird, picky reason. Decoded HTML.should contain song.title. And decoded HTML.should contain song.artist. And breathe. And green. And look at that. Beautiful. So, look, it passed. We have proved, after only an hour of diving down rabbit holes, that we can, in fact, get... yes. We can, in fact, get songs to appear on a web page. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push that lot to GitHub. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I am going to get a cup of coffee, and then we are going to come back and we're going to actually make this do something that isn't just turning text back into itself. So let's git push that. So there we go. Boom. Oop, wrong folder. Let's find a useful folder. That looks like a useful folder. There we go. Git add all the things. Git commit -m. We have successfully verified, fully verified that an apostrophe is itself. Great success. Git push. Back in 5 minutes, gang. Take a break, stretch your legs, phone your mother, get some water and some ablutions and a small snack and say hello to the cat. And I'll see you back here in 5. Ooh, I should put a crossfade on that. Yeah, another time. It'd be better if it like, ooh, faded out. Anyway, hello. Right. So what have we done? We've proved that an apostrophe is itself. Let's see if that actually worked and went live. So I'm going to sling up a browser. I'm going to go to https://app.guitaraoke.live. Your web app is running and waiting. That's... That's lies. All right. GitHub.com. We are in the Guitaraoke. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Actions. Yes, we have successfully verified that an apostrophe is equal to itself. Well, this is entertaining, because that was working yesterday. It was working this morning. You saw it. I showed you. Right. Why is that being ornery? Okay. I'm gonna put this on another screen just because I'm never quite sure with things like Azure whether there's any GUIDs or anything on the screen that... just noticed Kilo's comment. This is not the evilest way to pass a test. We're not here to do evil. We're here to do karaoke, and they are very different things. Right, sign in. Why is my app not deploying? I don't know. Let's have a look. Let me get to the... Right, I think that screen is relatively safe. I mean, there's a subscription ID, but I don't think you can do anything with that. So as somebody on Twitter pops up and says, oh no, you can totally like take over someone's life with it. Let's go into deployment slots. I should have only one, and it should be line. Let's go to deployment center. And wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. Thank you for using the Azure Deployment Center. Your request is important to us and is being held in a queue. Please wait. In the meantime, here is some music. There we go. What do we got? Build, deploy, logs. We have successfully verified that an apostrophe is itself. Great success. That... Yeah? Okay. Let's try again. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. What has changed between it used to work and it doesn't work now is I've added another project. Because before... the whole thing was just there was only one, the solution had only one project in it. So when it came to deployment, nothing could go wrong. It's like deploy everything you can find, and it only found one project, and that was a web project, so it deployed it, and off it went, and it worked. What I think has happened here is that when I added that other project, let's have a look at the logs. So somewhere in here, there we go. The output option isn't supported when building a solution. Specifying a solution level output can lead to inconsistent builds. So what I think I've done is I think this one is accidentally, either it's deployed nothing or it's deployed my test project instead of my web project that's gone live. So we're going to fix it. So let's take a look in our Guitaraoke live GitHub action. So so all I gotta do in here is somewhere in here, I think the .NET publish in there, I need to specify the project that gets published. So we build the whole thing, we test the whole thing, but then we publish just the Guitaraoke web app. That's the only bit of it that actually needs to go live. And I think the thing I need in here is .NET publish Guitaraoke web app -c release, and -o is the output folder. Let's try that. Okay, so let's jump over to boom, git add all the things, git commit -m fix workflow. Actually, it's a GitHub Actions workflow. Fix Actions workflow to publish Guitaraoke web app before deployment. Right. So that's going to work. That's fine. That's going to happen and go live and all be good and everything. 98% confidence. We can ignore that and it'll be fine in a minute. Right, so where did we get to? We were looking at, let's just do a quick recap on, so there's that. And if I go to my HTTP localhost 8080, woo, shrink that down and inspect and bring up the mobile device emulator just to give us a phone style experience. So the feature we're building is this thing. I want to be able to go in, I want to be able to click a song and add it to my favorites, and click it again and unadd it to my favorites. And implicit in that requirement is that two people should be able to favorite different songs. Like, no point doing it if it just switches on for everybody, which means I need to work out the correct amount of personalization that is going to get included in this thing. So let's jump back over into the code. So we got the song list coming up, and now this means that when I draw the song list, it's not going to be the same for everybody. There's going to be some degree of personalization involved in that. All right, so what are we doing here? Let's have a look in our controllers, root controllers there. So view here is taking a db.list songs. Now, we probably want we need some kind of notion of there's a song, and then there's a song that I have expressed an interest in. Like, it's a song with I'm going to sing, or a song I'm going to play, or a song that I've favorited, or something. Because there's two ways we can do this. One is we can do a list of this kind of tagged song, maybe would be a good name for it. Another way of doing it, let me see if that... Oop, hang on. The sun has moved around, the big light in the sky, and when it does that, it messes with things a little bit. So, oh no, now we got horrible green screeny artifacting. And breathe out, and that'll do. I know you're not here to look at my face. So... I can pass in a... Okay, let's work backwards. I'm going to work backwards from this. What I'm going to do is I just want to write the view. So what I want to do in here is I want a little kind of toggle thing next to it that is going to... So there's a list item, there's a song.artist, and then I'm going to put in like a little an anchor. So A on this. Now this is going to be a toggle, so it's a button, like a clickable icon thing. I'll probably use a fav icon for this. And this will toggle the state. So for this, I want a class equals. Well, I need something on here. Yeah, so this will do. So let's go with the simplest thing that'll work, and I'm going to put an expression in here. So I'm going to say song dot is starred, then starred, otherwise nothing. And yep, there we go. And let's put something in there. I'll put a nice fav icon on this thing later. So there we go. So song.isStarred, is that gonna work? So that's what I'd like to be able to write. So let's jump back over. So I'm gonna put a test in that says when I hit the song list the first time as a new user, nothing should be starred. So let's go over. So this is controller level tests now. So public fact, there's that. So then I got fact and public async task index returns for new user. For new user has no stars. So song database, root controller, results equals c.index. Yep. And then we're going to say for each last song in model, song.isStarred dot should be false. All right, so that's blown up now because that isStarred thing does not exist. So let's figure out how we make that work. So if result model is IEnumerable song, so we need another something on here. So now we could, I'm wondering, do we do this as some kind of inheritance relationship, or do we do it as a association? I think we probably do it as an association. So what we actually end up with on here is and this is where naming gets hard, because it's like there's no good well, let me move that. I'm going to move a couple of things around while we're in here. So song lives over there, but I'm actually going to come over here. I'm going to add a new folder, model, on this, and then data. So song is not part of my data access. It's part of my application. Song database can get split into its own thing. There's one of those. There's one of those. There's a song.cs. And why is that complaining? Move to the model namespace. Yep, that's cool. We like that. Check that all builds and runs, and we're good. Okay, so song, yeah, that's fine. That's the actual problem we've got. So let's have a public class. I don't know. It's what do you call it? Like it's a song associated with a human being having made some decision. Song with stuff. Song with song selection. I hit a total brick wall on naming this thing. Let's call it song selection. That'll do for now. So song selection has a song. So what is it? And then we'll have a public bool is starred get and set. So that's is it starred? Is it favorited? I'm going to call it starred. Like starring is just kind of a starring will work brilliantly, and then somebody will say you should change the star to a thumbs up, and suddenly is starred will be meaningless, but it'll be part of the app now, and we will be stuck with it forever. All right. So that index method now actually needs to return a song selection. So what we've got on here is that view is going to return a list of song selection. So let's come on, red, green, refactor, break the tests first. So root controller tests, that should be an IEnumerable of song selection. That should be an IEnumerable of song selection. Wait for that test to fail. It's not going to fail because it can't build and it can't run. So let's get that thing in there. That's across. So now equals that. So now I'm going to call that for var item in model. Item.song.artist and item.song.title. And we could put an accessor property on that, but we don't have to. Okay, cool. Everything's broken, but the tests are failing now, which means the solution is building now, which means client.getAsync is blowing up. Let's whack that out a little bit. So index returns. So if I fix the controller tests, the web tests will probably just work. So let's have a look. C.index, what's that going to do? I need a function lock on here so that when I press F12, it doesn't open the Windows control panel over there. So we've got db.listSongs. All right, so this is the part we need to fix. So I'm going to say var selection equals db.listsongs.select, and for each song we are going to say new song selection, which is going to take, and it's going to need to take a song as a parameter, right? So let's jump over into new song selection, constructor song selector song, and this dot song I can do that with a introduce auto property. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so cool. That's in new song selection song. And then I can return a view on the selection. Selection is that I'm going to call that list. What's selection list? I don't know. Naming's hard, right? Call it Jeff if I thought it would make it easier. So there we go. Now, why is that complaining? So that's all good. Hey, look, everything's green. Boom, it worked. Right across the board. Song associated with a human being having made some decision. Yeah. So there we go. So that's all on that. So what I want to do now is let's go back to our web tests. That should be fine. Let's go to our root controller tests. That should all be fine. All right, so the code is all green and we haven't added any behavior. So let me just do a quick git add, git commit -m introduce song selection to keep track of stars, etc. and push that lot. And that should go live on the internet. Should we see if our previous build has gone through yet? So there's that one. And if I have a look at my actions, fix actions workflow, so there we go. Push that across to that. Boom! All right, yeah, that was it. It's deploying the wrong thing. I was trying to order, it didn't know which project to deploy. Okay, so there we go. So we've got our app on there now. So, right, db.list songs, that should be that should be that, right. So now what we need is some kind of test on there. We need an endpoint that will star a song. So I need a way of saying, look, if this person goes to this, so I need the idea of a person, like how do we personalize something? Hey, cute. All right, so what I think we're gonna need in here is, that can be read-only, I think. Yes, it can. Cool. So we got our controller, index returns song list, song database is there. So we're going to need to inject something else into the root controller. So we got a logger, we got a song database. We need some notion of a like a personalized store, which is going to be based on a cookie, because we just need a way of knowing if the request that just came from the same person as the last request that just came in. So what we're going to need to do here is I'm going to, all right, this might work, might not work, I don't know. Let's introduce a, do I need a user or can I do it with just a string for a user ID? Let's do it with, so let's have IEnumerable of song list start songs for some kind of user. Now there's a whole bunch of stuff in .NET. We got principals, we got claims, we got identities. I'm not doing any of that because it doesn't, I don't care who you are. I just care that you're the same person as the one in the last request and that you're not the same person as this other person who's also on the app at the same time. So list start songs, and let's put in, I'll just put a GUID in here. GUID, user GUID. So this just identifies who are you, and then we can use that to keep track of all this kind of stuff. So let's start songs user GUID. So we need to implement that in derived types. So there's that one, and that is gonna return. So somewhere in here, we are gonna have, well, let's make this real easy. So we got this songs equals songs.list, and this dot stars equals a new dictionary. So where a GUID is the user ID, and then a list of song is all the songs that that person has starred. all the songs that person has favorited. So let's create a field for that. So there's that. There's the stars. That can be target type nude. There we go. So this is going to return so stars.getValue or default. Good. User good. So what this thing does is it says, look, if you find that thing in the dictionary, give it back. Otherwise, give back the default, which means we can use a coalescing operator, which means that I can... So what's nice about this is if you've never favorited anything, we don't store an empty list. Like we're not going to put a thing in the dictionary saying, oh yeah, there's this person here and they don't have anything. So there's list start songs in there. Stars get value or default on you. So that gives that thing back. So how do we now build out a test case on this? So there's two things I'm going to need here. One is a way of identifying a song so we can favorite it. Like say, hey, this person likes that song. The other one we're going to need is so we need a song and we need a way of tracking a user. So let me cookies. So let's think in a second. Okay, so we got our root controller tests. Yes, cookies. Cookies are delicious delicacies. The question is, how do we drive this via testing? So what I need to do here is we need to... Okay, here we go. This is how we flesh it out. So I'm going to be fact. So public async task index shows starred songs for user. So db equals new song database of songs. Then what I'm going to do is I am going to set up, so db.star song needs to be a method that does not yet exist. Void star song is going to take a good user good and a song. All right, boom, implement that in derived types. So user good, that song. So what we got to do on there is, does star song toggle on off, or does star song always set it on, or does star is a horrible verb maybe? Add star to song, mark song as starred. Toggle star's probably good here, because this is a trivial operation, like on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. So I'm going to put toggle star on there. So that's who's the user and what's the song that they want to toggle on that thing. And what it'll do is if they are starred, it'll make them not starred, and if they're not starred, it'll mean they are starred. Now I can wrap a test around this thing. So let's put some... it's kind of weird because the database here is the same one we're using in our tests, and so it doesn't... Maybe like we would get test coverage for this just out of using it in other tests and things. But I'm going to put a separate test in this anyway, so I'm going to drop in over here. I'm going to say add new folder in my test project. I'm going to call this data. And right-click, add item. There's going to be song, database tests.cs. So what we're going to do on here is we're going to say fact. We're going to say public void toggle star toggles star. And I'm going to say var user good equals good.new good.toString. There we go. I'm going to say var db equals new song database. And that wants an enumerable of songs. And we are probably going to want a convenient way of toggling that. So let's put a constructor on here. and we're gonna say internal class, so private list of, it's an IEnumerable, isn't it? IEnumerable of songs. Songs equals new list of songs, and we're gonna put in there, let's break with convention. Let's put in some stuff they'd never have in real karaoke. New song, artist, chroma key, title, Human Love. That's a weird song. New song, Napalm Death, 1 second. I bet you could play that on a Twitch stream without getting shut down. I mean, I'm not going to try, because it is literally 1 second of pure noise, but I bet the copyright filter algorithms would have a bit of a job picking that one up. Alright, so we got some songs in there. Now, at some point here, I'm going to need a way of identifying a song which doesn't rely on me remembering the title and the artist all the time, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So db equals new song database songs. Actually, no, I know how we can do this. I'm going to say var song1 equals that. I'm making things reusable that aren't being reused yet, and that is normally a bad idea. So song1 equals that. Var song2 equals new song, and this is going to be Napalm Death, 1 second. There we go. That can come out. We can completely scrub that whole lot. And now I'm gonna say var db equals new song database, and new is gonna be song1, song2. So we got a database with 2 songs in it. And now I'm gonna say db.list start songs for user GUID dot should be empty, because there should be nothing. Cannot convert from string to system.good. Why did I toString that? That's not what we intended at all. Okay, so then I'm going to say db.toggle star, and I am going to toggle there, friendlier. Toggle star Human Love. And then I'm going to say db dot, so toggle star on there, and no, that should be the user GUID. Toggle that, and then I'm going to say db.list start songs should be and I should be able to say db.list start songs. So let's say var start equals db.list songs user GUID dot to list. I'm going to move ncrunch back down there. There you go. Cool. Give us a little more space. Room to breathe. Well, hello, Joseph. Thank you. So, what do we got? db.list start songs on that. So, start.count. Now, this is that whole thing of start.single should be Human Love. Now, that's a nice kind of test, because .single means if there's more than one thing in the collection, it's going to explode. The collection is empty, it's going to explode. Otherwise, it just gives me the only thing that's in there, and I can assert that it is, in fact, the song that I want to test on there. So let's public song database tests on that. And so we'll come back to this in a second. So let's break that out. There we go. Boom. Test is failing. db.togglestar is not implemented. So what I want to do in here is I'm gonna break a rule here. I'm gonna do 2 assertions in one test. So I'm gonna say should be empty. Toggle star that. Yep. And then I'm gonna toggle it back again. And then I'm going to assert that it should be empty again. And now that I'm using single on the assertion, I can chop that out and I can say that. All right. So set it up. Should be empty. Toggle should be on. Toggle again should be off. All right. So not implemented exception. So what do we got in here? Toggle star. So if var stars var list equals stars dot get. There's one of those kind of it's just simple yes no logic, but it's a little bit weird because the list we're looking for may not exist. So if stars dot contains key user GUID and stars user GUID dot contains song, then we want to remove it. Otherwise, well, now we got this kind of slightly compound because it may be that they don't have a list, or it may be that they do have a list, but the song isn't in it. Otherwise, if I'm going to do it this way, if stars contains key song, then we can say if it contains the song, then remove it. Let's get it working. Red, green, refactor. Make it work, then make it clean. So if stars contains user, that needs to be on there. Then else stars dot add. Now I guess a toggle will Now, if it doesn't exist, then toggle means it's always going to get switched on. So stars.add, and at this point we can add user GUID, and we can add a new list of song, and we can put the song we are favoriting into, because we're basically just creating it with that list, right? So that should, there we go, green, so that passed. We have, so you see these 3 lines here, they're white. It means we've got no test coverage. It means we've missed a step because we haven't verified the behavior of toggling a song when the song already exists. So toggle star for first song is there. So I'm going to grab that lot. And yep. So we could write a big compound test here. It's a test that's going to test like 3 or 4 things in one go for the sake of saving a bunch of kind of repetition in the setup. But I'm probably okay with that. So let's say db.togglestar. So now I'm going to say db.togglestar user GUID and 1 second and toggle start. So now the list stars song, so dot single, that should now fail. It'll say single sequence contains more than 1 element. So now dot count or dot length dot should be 2. So now I can capture that in a list. And I'm going to say, so at this point, list.count should be 2. List.should contain, is there a should contain all? There is not. List.should contain 1 second. List.should contain human love. Yeah, there we go. Then I'm gonna toggle that, and then after that we take that one off. So at this point should be 1 second. And then we toggle 1 second again, and we should get empty at the other side. It's 2 listed now, so that's fine. That needs to be a toggle. Green. Boom. There we go. Sweet. Look at that. All right. So the database implementation works, and we've got coverage across the whole thing. Now, can I make this any neater? I'm going to push it to Git before I do. I'm going to commit. I'm not going to push, but I git commit -m toggle start working on iSong database. So git add dot and then git commit. Yep. All right. And I don't know if I can make this any neater. If stars don't contain, so we've got the do this. Okay, so we got if it contains the key, and that, then remove it. Then what I can do is I can say this stars user GUID there. What do you mean remove unreachable code? Oh, that's fruity. Yeah. Boom. No, I'm going to put it back. I thought I could do something fun with a null coalescing assignment on there. But no, because that's not how dictionaries work. JavaScript, yeah, easy. You ask a dictionary for a thing that doesn't exist. It's like, oh yeah, I couldn't find it, so here's null. But .NET will actually blow up. It'll say you asked me for a thing I don't have, and so yeah. Okay, so there's that lot. Stars add that. Yeah, that's all cool. Right, so now we need to plug some kind of front-endy thing into it. So let's have a look. Root controller test here. So we got index shows start strong for user. DB equals new song database of. I mean, I could build a little list of songs up here. Yeah, let's build some songs. So what songs have got really short titles? Well, I heard equals new song. Artist is, we'll do the version by 9-inch nails, and the song title is Hurt. And we'll say torn equals new song by Natalie Imbaruglia, and song is torn. And I need one more song with once equals new song. Once by Pearl Jam. Hello, Raymond. The bug is unfortunately not yet in the JavaScript. Not today. We haven't got there yet. The bug will shortly be in the JavaScript because all the unit tests are in C#, because that's just how we roll. New song database, new, and I'm going to drop in there. Hurt. Torn. Once. This could be fun. We could totally get into a thing of trying to write lists of songs that spell cromulent sentences. But let's not. So there's the database. There's that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a user GUID here. Var GUID equals GUID.new. So this is kind of testing the same thing that the database did. But if I replace that database with something relational, I'm still going to need test coverage from here that will... Oh, the bug in the JavaScript is a song title. Yeah, I could do that. But then I'd get mashed up between the karaoke stuff and the parody stuff and all the things, and we're not quite at that stage yet. But GUID equals GUID. So there's our user GUID. So then I'm going to say db.togglestar GUID and hurt, and db.togglestar on. So actually, yeah, that'll do, right? So then I'm going to say var c equals new root controller. Boom. So there's that, and then I'm going to say c.index. So var songs equals await c.index. I'll be back in 1 second, folks. There is somebody at the door. Hello. There we go. Sweet. There's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. It's the coffee delivery. My weekly 1/2 kilogram of beans to, give me pep. Right, where were we? Songs equals await. I got it. It's all right. I'm with you. Yeah. Songs equals await c.index. Yeah, that's fine. So something interesting is about to happen. So that's as view result. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to await that, get the view result, pull the dot model off that as an IEnumerable of song selection. So songs dot should not be empty. And then songs dot single s goes to s dot song equal. Now, yeah, this is fine. So there's a slightly weird thing we're getting into now. I'm exploiting the fact that I'm using an in-memory database. So I'm kind of relying on the fact that the s.song that comes out of the action that comes out of the DB will have the same object identity. .is should be true, and songs dot I'm gonna whack that up into a .to list because otherwise it's gonna get weird. Should not be empty. And then songs.accept s goes to s.song equals hurt. Actually, I think I can just do yeah. Can I do that? Is that allowed? No, it's a sequence. It's not gonna. I want all the elements in a enumerable except for the ones that satisfy the predicate. Songs dot, what do we got? Clear, convert all, copy to exists, find, get each, insert, last, remove, reverse, sort, trim, access to array. IEnumerable except elements matching predicates. Filter, is it filter? IEnumerable filter method. In JavaScript, it's filter. Where? Of course, it's where. Songs.where is not hurt. Should all be selection goes to selection.isStarred. equals false. Sweet. Okay. Failing test. Yep. Possible null reference. That's fine. We can't. I mean, I there. Bang, 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 bang. We don't care. It's going to be fine. Trust the humans. And that should be selection. Is that. Okay, good. Right. So this is now the good test. But what we've done is to make this. Yeah. Thank you. You know what I'm gonna move the chat. Give me a second. I'm gonna put chat up over. I got another little screen here, and if I put the chat on, oh no, not there. I want it up here. Up. That'll do. Just so it's slightly closer to my eyeline when I'm coding, so that when you folks make helpful selections, I don't see them 5 minutes later after I've already figured it out. Yeah, where song not equal to that. So we're failing here, which is fine. We're failing there because at the moment, if we look at our root controller, we ain't doing anything with personalization. So we are now going to say selection equals select s goes to new.songSelection. So I'm going to say var stars equals db.list starred songs. User GUID. Now, where am I going to get a user GUID from? Now, at this point, we can only make helpful comments in chat now. You can say anything you like in chat, mate. It's live on the internet. It's got your name next to it. You can't delete Twitch by typing. This is not ChatGPT. You can't type commands in the chat box. It doesn't make it. That's not how this works. Stars equals db.list starred songs. Now I need a way of getting user GUIDs, which means I need some kind of thing that will wrap a cookie. So basically, it just needs to be a bag that if the current request cookie exists, it'll just return it. So I'm just going to call this the user tracker is probably a good enough name, as good a name for it as anything else. So let's have a okay, right. So that's going to work. Var tracker equals new. So I need an interface for the thing which is going to tell me which user is currently looking at the website. So over here in our data interface, it's not really data, but it might as well be public interface user tracker. And what this is going to do is have a single method, which is get user GUID. And that is literally all that it's going to do. So we got our user tracker. We say, hey, who's the current user? They're going to give me a GUID. Point is, if it's somebody who was on the website before, it's going to give me the same GUID again. That's literally all this thing is going to do. So then I need a in here. I'm going to say C equals new root controller. There's the DB. So var T equals. Now I'm going to build a fake. I could do a fake. I could do a mock. We could mock this with a mocking library, or we could just build a fake one. And it's simple enough that I think I can just do public class fake user tracker implements user tracker. And then all I got on there is GUID, user GUID. So I'm going to say public fake user tracker GUID. I'm going to capture that in a read-only field. And then get user GUID is going to return GUID. There we go. So that's fake the user tracker. That's So we can fake the user tracker, or we can build a real user tracker wrapped around a fake HTTP context, which, yeah, I'm gonna. So okay, so at this level, this is unit testing. Okay, this is very, very low level testing. This is run that method, check that it works. When we get on to doing it with the HTTP requests, at that point, I'll put in an actual cookie in the request to make sure we get the same right results coming back out the other side. All right, so we got a fake user tracker in there. I'm going to move that out into its... No, don't, no, move. No, it's not unused. I'm going to use it. Move to fake user tracker.cs, yeah. I love the way Reshop is like, oh, you just wrote this class. Do you want to get rid of it? And you're like, yeah, burn it down. I don't care. Right, so root controller tests that. Var tracker equals new fake user tracker. Good. Helps if you can spell tracker. Oh, look at that. Sully got himself some Zalgo text. Cool. That actually kind of mostly, unfortunately, it's off the top of the chat. So you can't see the... Is that a unicorn horn? Zalgo. Oh. A stateless method of returning state. Didn't REST solve this already? REST never said that you shouldn't have no state. REST just said your state shouldn't be in your web application. If you want state, you should put it in a database or something. Right, so where were we? There we go. We got our fake tracker is there. That, and now we need to put that into there. And this is where stuff's going to start blowing up. So, and where we're going to start getting entertaining results with things that... Yep. Right, let me do something quickly here. Fake user tracker, good equals... shall I make that nullable? Equals default. So if we don't give it a good at all, good. Coalesce is a null coalescing operator, isn't it? Actually, that's fine. Fake user, that's fine. It doesn't matter. If I'm not using it, it can just be the empty GUID. That works just fine for us. New controller, so that, and then a new fake user tracker. So let's take a look at root controller, and we got iSong database. We've got an iUser tracker. Tracker sounds a bit stalky, doesn't it? I mean, this is the least stalky thing imaginable. It's one GUID cookie, and I don't know who it belongs to. So what do we got? We got var user GUID equals tracker dot get capture that in a field. There we go. Introduce that. Var equals tracker dot get user GUID. Way list dot songs user GUID. Way selection equals that. Way we should be able to get this compilable now. Call it user wristband, like the things you get in some venues. Yeah, but the wristband is just like a are you in or not. It's what's the word? Fungible. You can swap your wristband with somebody else and it makes no difference to the outcome. This is actual tracking ID. This is like, we know that, all we know is that you're the same person who was here a minute ago. We don't care who you are, don't care your email, name, none of that stuff. We just like, if you press favorite, then no, because it's got a name on it. It's weird. It's a anyway. Tracker will do. That's what we're doing. User tracker, user tagger, user. It doesn't matter. Naming things is hard. Renaming things is easy. Right. I've just realized something. Watching you makes me feel like I've been doing C# wrong for the past 8 years. Whenever I do like workshops or live streaming, I always get talking to people who they approach things in a very different way from how I do, and you know, their stuff works, and I look at it and I'm like, is this like is one of us wrong? is that right? Is this better? Is that better? I don't know. I'm sort of definitely aware that kind of right at the beginning of my career, it was like YOLO, thousands of lines of code with no testing or anything, and then I think like a lot of people, I kind of, after the first couple of really bad things where software that I wrote blew up in production and I was there fixing it all weekend, I kind of went to the other extreme of over-engineering absolutely everything. And the most difficult balance is, I think, resisting the urge to build stuff you don't need but then the stuff you do build, creating that in such a way that it's easy to split it up later. It's like, what I'm doing here, I've got this iSong database thing, which is there in case I want to change it later, but then the thing behind it is just a bunch of data in memory, because that's all I need for this particular scenario. And I think that's a kind of comfortable level of abstraction, but, and Amstrad logo for the win, yeah. I did one of the Advent of Codes in Amstrad logo a couple of years ago. That was fun. So, right, anyway, so we got as far as song equals new song selection song, and stars dot contains song. There. So this is now the logic that should give us the correct result out of that test. So that test is now failing. db.toggle star. Why is that breaking there? Should be true, but was false. I toggled hurt. That is on. Tracker GUID. Fine. Curious. Now that's fun, because this one, this method, I thought was going to pass, and it didn't. Let's have a look. So I'm going to jump in there, right-click that, debug in a new process. Let's have a look at what we got out of the selection here. Somewhere here there should be a debugger, and hang on. Is this building? Do I actually have a compilable solution? No, I don't. Yeah. Can't build, can't test, can't pass. Can't pass, can't ship. There. Selection should not be empty. So what have we got? Selection view count equals 3. Song selection is right. I'm going to put an override toString on that just to make life easier here. So I'm going to song selection, and this thing is gonna be override toString is going to be song.artist song.title, and then I know what that is. I think. There. Then I move that to the beginning to make it easier to see. Right, so now when I go and debug that, okay, well, one, the test is passing. Okay, that's cool, it was just a build failure. So let's jump over into there. Selection should not be empty. Selection now is, yep, Nine Inch Nails, Hurt, Little Star, Natalie Imbruglia, Pearl Jam. Yep, cool, all right, fine, I like that. Boom, ship it. So over here, git add dot git commit -m starring songs kind of works. That was a terrible commit message. I do apologize. Yeah, anyway, never mind. All right, so what do we got? That's good. So now what I want to do is I want to push this back a level and check that we can do it with a user GUID based on an HTTP context. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go back into my web tests, and I'm going to put on here a... So we're going to set the thing up. Let's use the same setup code that we used over here. I'm going to grab that, pull all that across from there. And actually, no, we're not. We'll do this slightly differently. So what I got here is public async root index showed star songs. Okay, so what we got on here. Now this is where the testing is going to get a little bit fragile, because what we're going to get back out of this thing is a web page containing a bunch of HTML, some of which indicates that a particular song is special. So what I'm probably going to have to do here is I need a way of inspecting elements on a page which pardon me. I need a way of inspecting an element on a page which is not dependent on the actual the HTML that controls the visuals, because I want to be able to change the way this thing looks without the tests breaking. So we're going to need to do a little bit of work to put some stuff in there that I can do these assertions on. But first of all, let's do a client.createClient, await client.get async. Now these methods are currently, these tests are currently failing. If I bring this out a little bit and drop that in over there, so we got that next to that. You see a whole bunch of stuff failing, unable to resolve service. We don't have anything resolving the user tracker. So actually we're gonna fix that up first, he says confidently, wondering whether that is in fact what we are going to do first. Yeah, we're going to fix it up first. We're going to get it to the point where the tests work and they compile. So we need to now, in our fake user tracker is part of the testing, so our iSong database, I'm going to split. So, okay, so that can be a file scope namespaces. Boom, there's that. iUser tracker, let's move that into iUsertracker.cs. And I'm gonna have a public class HTTP cookie user tracker, which takes an iUser tracker or implements iUser tracker. And then this thing here is going to take a constructor which takes HTTP. Now this is the whole, there's a whole bunch of stuff in ASP.NET MVC for working with request cookies, and it's like there's a whole bunch of new stuff, which is the way you're supposed to do it now. ASP.NET MVC cookies 7, but of course all the old stuff is still there as well, because and I don't want authentication, I just want ASP.NET MVC cookie class request cookies that might get ASP.NET MVC request cookies. See what that gives us back. How do I access request? Okay, that's from 2009, not what we want. ASP.NET Core MVC tutorial cookies HTTP HTTP context dot request. Cookies in .NET is a mess. It is a weird kind of, it's always been a bit of a mess. It's always been a weird hack of you know, some solutions that assume you want nice, strongly typed abstractions, and others that just assume you're happy working with a big fat bag of strings. Yeah, stuff like this, like the datetime.now.toString, you pass in the string of the expiry date of the cookie, which means it's complete, like if you screw up the time zones or any of that kind of stuff, if it matters. Right. What are we doing? We are... Yeah. Okay, so, I think I want to inject the HTTP request base in here. Let me just check my notes from another project where I've done this, which unfortunately I cannot show you on stream. But it'll only take a second. HTTP context accessor, HTTP. Yep. All right, so we are going to so the interesting question here is, or the thing I'm trying to figure out is, do we inject a wrapper around the HTTP context, which will be scoped to the request, and then inject one of those into, I think that's what I'm going to try and do. So HTTP context user tracker. So what I need to do is figure out in the services, how do I resolve the current HTTP request? So let's take a look at that. Resolve HTTP request in services. How do I resolve HTTP request into an arbitrary dependency? All right, there is an iHTTP context accessor, apparently. Let's see if that... All right, so it looks like there's an iHTTP context accessor service. So the runtime can inject one of those, and then I can use that to get the context, and then I can use the context to get the request, I can use the request to get the cookie, and I can see who the actual, what the GUID that was set in the last request is. HTTP context accessor. So let's try where above one of those, and we'll push that into there. And get user GUID is going to return, so HTTP context accessor dot HTTP context dot request dot cookies, and at this point we should have yeah, so you notice this in here, this little comment, request cookie collection has a different indexer contract than iDictionary, as it will return null for missing entries rather than throwing an exception. So let's stick a const cookie name in here. So const cookie name, const string, cookie name equals Guitaraoke user GUID. And I'm going to make that public because we're going to want to be able to get to that from outside, so we can set fake cookies that we push in through our tests that give us stuff we can come back and look at. So we got HTTP context.request.cookies cookie name, and that is going to give us back a that gives us an iRequest cookie collection. So that cookies equals that. Because there could be more than one cookie in the thing. So cookie dot, or is that a string? All right, it appears to think that that's a string now. All right, so there we go. So let's, comes to that, we'll bounce off the whole null coalescing all the way down. That's going to give us the cookie string value is going to be that, and then we are going to GUID.tryParse cookie string out var GUID. If GUID.tryParse goes straight out of our GUID, yep. So if that returns true, return GUID. Otherwise, well, at this point, you know, we kind of don't. What do we do if we don't have anything? Can that be removed? Remove can do. Okay, that's fine. So HTTP context is necessary. If GUID.tryParse out var GUID, return that. Otherwise, I mean, I could just return GUID. default or good.empty. Yeah, that'll do, I think. And I could make this even more functional. I'm going to move that out into a property so I can say private string cookie value is that. Cool. And then this then becomes a cookie value for good, which means that can become an expression body, which means we push that down to there. That's complaining because something might be nullable in there, and what is it? Request could be null on that. Possible null reference return is fine. Isn't it fine? Yep. Do I need to do that? Yeah. Ah, bless. .NET saving me from null. Okay, so we've got this accessor now wrapped around all that kind of stuff. So the question then becomes, should this thing be responsible for setting the cookie? Like, because at this point, every time we hit it, it's going to go, oh, there's no cookie, have an empty GUID. Oh, there's no cookie, have an empty GUID. Oh, there's no cookie, have an empty GUID. If we do hit it with a cookie, we'll probably get that cookie come back out. So that's what we're going to try and simulate now, is I'm going to go over into my web tests here, and I want to, so we need to now simulate, simulate what? A request that includes a song that is actually favorited, a song that's actually been starred. So I'm going to jump over onto the program.cs. I need to inject a dependency for that. So we've got builder.services.add scoped, because it's going to be per request. And this is going to be if we add a I user tracker HTTP cookie user tracker, and I think that should automatically resolve, because I think the IHTTP context accessor is wired in for us by the runtime. So let's see what's failing and why. Unable to resolve service for HTTP context accessor. Okay, I lied. That thing I just said was not in fact the truth. Resolve HTTP context accessor. So there's that. For .NET Core 7.0, add the following in program. Okay, that looks pretty good. I like the way when you go on a Stack Overflow answer, sometimes you can kind of scroll back through the answers like the layers of bark in a tree. It's like .NET Core 2.1, .NET Core 6, .NET Core 7, which of course isn't called .NET Core 7, it's called .NET 7. But ASP.NET Core runs on .NET 7, I don't know. You see Microsoft just renamed Azure AD as Entra ID, because apparently there are people for whom the choice of name is a big deal when they choose a massive enterprise-grade authentication framework. Weird. Anyway, right, builder equals that. Builder.add HTTP context accessor. There we go. Boom. Let's see if that works. Look at that. Green lights across the board. It builds. It runs. Let's see what we get in a browser, and if that works, we're going to push it to Git and then add a test that does something interesting. So we'll push that up to there. Oh, that's fun. Look. Oh, no, that is what I did. I put stars on all of them, didn't I? Yeah, I remember. All right, cool. So, right, close out of that. Sweet, that's working, that's working, that's working. And git add all the things. Git commit -m injecting HTTP cookie user tracker is working. Git push that. All right, so question now is, how do I test that? So I can jump in down here, and I'm gonna copy this whole method, and I'm gonna paste that, but I am now gonna say, so root index includes starred songs. So I'm gonna say var user GUID equals GUID.new GUID. We're gonna plug that in there, await client.getAsync. Now at this point, I need to make sure, I need to figure out how to inject the cookie into the client so that when I do the request, it's going to come through. So let's client equals factory.create client dot default request headers dot cookie. All right, so factory create client. Let me see, what do we need to do? Factory create client cookies. Yay. Make HTTP request using HTTP client factory. Yep. Let's look for the word cookie. The pooled HTTP message handler instances results in cookie container objects being shared. Well, that's like, how do we add one? I mean, how do we add a cookie to the request though? All right, so that's just telling me how to solve a problem I haven't got yet. Boom, boom, client factory, create client. Yep. Oh God, still no answers from last year. I love it when that happens. Right. So all the HTTP client stuff is a wrap around the HTTP message handler, which is the thing that actually kind of shuttles the stuff backwards and forwards. How to update the cookies in an HTTP client factory instance. That looks pretty good. Continue. That's fine. Request equals, so close that. This is... That looks promising. All right. So what we're going to do, I've seen this kind of stuff before. Yeah. So it's not the client, it's the request. So I'm going to say var request equals new HTTP request message, and let me just drop in. Oh, hang on. The hell out of that. So where did that page go? Yeah, the method, the URL, the content, request.headers.add cookie. So request equals new HTTP request message, HTTP method.get. And we are going to hit that. We are going to say request.headers.add cookie. Now this is the fun part, because that's like your value here is not really how cookies get set. Because the way that if you look at the actual cookies that get set in an HTTP request, what you've got is a header called cookie containing just a whole bag of stuff. It's a mess. Let's have a look. There's probably tracking cookies on here. If we go into, oh no, not page source. Although I wish I'd looked at that earlier. It would have saved us about half an hour messing around with So if we go into network and go into requests and hit, any one of these headers. Well, let's we're going to do this in anonymous mode, so you don't see my actual Google headers on the stream, because maybe you could use that to do bad things. Right click that, inspect that, and network, and refresh that. Track google.co.uk. God, the web ships a lot of crap these days. Request headers, cookie. So the actual cookie value looks like that. It's key equals value, semicolon, something equals value plus something, semicolon, something, 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 something. So how do I set a cookie value? Let's see if I can, var cookie equals new cookie. I wonder if there's a new cookie anywhere that I can just work with. I mean, there's a cookie builder. All right, that looks promising. I mean, sort of promising. What do we got? Domain, the name of the cookie, path. It doesn't actually include anywhere the value that we want. Expiration, extensions, HTTP is essential, max age, name, path, same site. This is weird. Let's just try this. New cookie builder. cb dot bookie cookie equals cb dot build, and we are gonna needs an HTTP context. No, not what we want. Okay, cookie name, value, path, domain. All right, let's try that. So the cookie value is gonna be http cookie user tracker dot cookie name. The cookie value is gonna be user GUID dot toString with a D, because we want to include shit like we're doing a GUID dot parse on the other side. Doesn't really matter. We've got the user GUID dot toString. Path for this does not matter. It's not part of what we are testing. And let's see if we can. Can we do a cookie dot toString? Can we do a cookie dot? Let's try this. Request dot headers dot add cookie dot toString. So await client dot send async request. Interesting. Okay, so that worked. That successfully did a thing. Question is, how do we know whether anything in there actually got... so, okay, that test should be failing because we should be starring something. So I'm going to say db equals factory.getServices database. So factory.create client. So now what I want to do is I want to say db.toggle star. So I need a song, which I'm just going to pull one at random out of the database, and I need a user GUID. So db.songs.first. So whatever the first song on the list is, we're going to toggle that one. Yeah, so that's cool. db.toggle star, maybe null here. No, that will be fine. Boom. Yep. There is a way of disabling those annotations. There. Okay, cool. That's what we want. So now I just need to see. So let's have a look at that view. So index.cs HTML. So I'm looking for starred is what I'm looking for. And this is where we have that slight weirdness that if we happen to have a song with starred written in the name of the song, then the test would pass here. But... or I could use the HTML agility pack. And I could... yeah, let's do that. That's fun. We're going to parse some HTML, see if we get the right thing. HTML agility pack for .NET Core. What we're going to do is we're going to pull that page down. Is that still the one we want? What is the HTML agility pack? Yes. An HTML parser. How old is this? Does it work? Let's see what we got. And we get download. Yep. Yeah, last updated. Okay, this looks like the current good active version of this. Let's plug that in. You could also use Angle Sharp. Oh, cool. What is Angle Sharp? Let's have a look. The Ultimate Angle Brackets Parser Library. Last updated 18 days ago. Right. Angle Sharp versus, and Google goes, do you mean Angle Sharp versus HTML Agility Pack? Libhunt.com is probably not terribly useful. Popularity. So what do we got? HTML Agility Pack. Popularity is stable. Activity is declining. Popularity is growing. 13 days ago. And this is quite an interesting site, actually. Like, this is clearly just scraping stats from two different GitHub repos. 7.9, 9.0 growing. Let's try Angle Sharp. All right. So what do I need to do? I need to find out what Angle Sharp is. Where do I get it, and how does it work? Angle Sharp is a .NET library. Gives you the ability to parse angle bracket based CSS, DOM, W3C, simple demo. Sweet. Cell selector equals tr.net. Yes. Yes, I like this. This is my jam. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to copy that lot, because I'm then going to hack this around and turn it into... where does document come from? Await context.open async. Documentation in the docs folder. So I want to... parser options. How do I just spit up? So getting started, I've got the HTML. It's in a string. Okay, cool. That's weird. Await context.open async. Wow. You got a full-on DOM manipulation. First steps, you already have a document source. You want it to be parsed. All right, let's grab that lot. So let's do a, first of all, git status. Do we need to, yeah, get get commit -m snapshot before installing Angle Sharp. So this is going to be in our test project. Cool. All right, that's in. So what do we got? Let's. There's that. var HTML equals that read as string async. Drop in that whole chunk from there. Angle Sharp.I configuration equals config.default. That equals that, and I'm gonna move that into there and make this a little smaller because it's not reused anywhere. We've already got source, we've got document equals await context open rec equals rec.content. Interesting. I wonder if there's a way we can couple those a little tighter. But cool. All right, so we've got document equals await that that. And I now need to say document dot, because this is where I want to be able to look for a, if I have a look at my index.cshtml, let's put a flag on the so we're looking for a list item with a class equals song containing an anchor which has a class of starred. That's the selector syntax we're looking for here. So document.querySelectorAll elements equals document.querySelectorAll. So we are looking for list item.song containing a.starred. elements.length should be 1. What do you think? It's gonna work? Haha! Look at that! Wow! Really? So if we take that out, if we don't toggle the star, boom. Sweet. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Okay, so almost there. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, or like a 2-minute break, and then what I'm gonna do is to wire this in so that you can actually click on things on the web page and they get pushed backwards and forwards, and you can toggle real things, and then any folks who are still on the stream, you can actually help me test that and see if it works for real. You'll be able to go in and favorite some songs. But I'll be back in 1 minute, folks. There we go, right. So, what's missing is the cookie. So we need to put a method in that's going to do a request, get that home page back. So I can say var client equals create client. I mean, we don't even need that. We got a new. We don't even need that. We can say, I mean, for this one, we could say var response equals factory.create client dot get async slash. Yeah, that's cool. Await that, and then response dot headers dot cookie does not exist. Cookie should not be empty, and cookie dot should contain. This is fun. So response.headers.get value. Is there a response.cookies? No, there is not. We are parsing cookies by hand like it's 1997. The given header was not found. Alright, so that actually that gives us a test. That's blowing up nicely already. But let's maybe do something a little bit more Let's gonna see if that test passes. If I go onto my user, what do I got? My root controller. There we go. And index equals that, and then I can say http context dot response dot cookies dot append foo bar. See if that passes the test. No, it doesn't. Why not? The given header was not found. Because the header name is set cookie and the request header name is there. That's why. Cool. All right. So there's that. The response headers get value set cookie. So that should be being set to a what? A random good. That's yeah. So that's the. Oh, this is stupid. So what I'm going to get back, and we have a look at what we actually get out of that thing. Let me stick a breakpoint on that, and we can take a look and see what comes out the other side. So breakpoint on there, right-click, debug, cover and test, a new task runner process. I still can't believe there is not a better way of dealing with this. And I'm sure there must be, and I don't know what it is, and it never comes up in like Google searches and stuff. So yeah, so the actual cookie, the string value that we are looking at is foo equals bar semicolon path equals slash. So let me web application factory cookies. There must it's like there just must be a better way of working with cookies. Nicer way to work with cookies. Yeah. 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 Okay, apparently not. All right. Cookie.parse, cookie. Right, so let's take that out. So response.cookies does not exist. Now response.cookies could exist, because I could make that a thing. Like we could put an extension method on here, which is going to pick up that I'm almost certainly reinventing the wheel here, but you know what? I kind of don't care. Public static class HTTP response. What is that? HTTP response message extensions. And so we are gonna have a public static IEnumerable of cookie get cookies. This HTTP response message response. So this thing is gonna do a let's shrink that down a little bit just so I can see the whole of that line. There we go. So var values equals response.headers dot get values set cookie. So if out var values, we are going to say values dot select v goes to new cookie. And do I have anywhere something that will parse a cookie for me? Ooh. HTTP cookie.trypars as part of system.web. Give me this, but for .NET 7, please. Oh, there's an HTTP cookie as well as a cookie. Well, that's interesting. Oh. Request.cookies.get. That might be fun. All right, let's try this. So, this HTTP response, HTTP cookie. Where is HTTP? Where did that come from? HTTP cookie class on. No, come on, .NET 7. That's what we want. Oh, the requested page is not available for .NET 7. Right. Instead of using HTTP, could you use cookie options? This is grim. Yeah. It appears HTTP cookie has been completely removed in .NET Core 5. Yes. Cookie options only applies to response cookies. Yes. So there's two ways of solving problems when you're developing. You can write code or you can go shopping. And this is shopping. This is looking around the internet going, somebody must have solved this problem already. There must be a way we can pull in a package or something, or have they seriously not thought about this? But it looks like this is just a mess. So I'm gonna do it myself. Right. So out var values, so each value in there is gonna be a thing. So we are going to values dot select. There goes to new cookie. So we need the name and the string name, string value, string path. So what does a cookie value actually look like? We had some of those up a second ago. There, google.co.uk. Request. Right. Cookie should not be. Maybe I'll just go with cookie should not be empty. It's the whole thing. How much do you actually need to test here? Like. This HTTP cookie user tracker dot cookie name. So we're expecting exactly one of these. So cookie dot single dot let me just do should be that, and that will hopefully fail, and it'll show me what the cookie actually looks like, and then I can use the failure to write a better test. So there we go. That sequence contains no matching element. All right, that's fine. So back over into the root controller. http response.cookies.append. So at this point, I'm like, actually, let's do it inside the tracker. What the heck? So if we do get user GUID, GUID.tryParse cookie value at var GUID, that. Otherwise, so what we're going to do in here is we're going to say if GUID.tryParse that, return GUID. If bang, GUID.tryParse out, return GUID. Stick another thing on there. That closes the if statement. GUID equals GUID.newGUID. HTTP context accessor dot HTTP context dot response dot cookies dot append. And at this point we are gonna say name is going to be cookie name, value is gonna be GUID.toString, and cookie options can probably be domain is fired, expires, so let's say expires equals datetime offset.utc-now.add. How long is this thing going to be necessary for? Let's add day 7. We'll run it for a week. You come back after a week, you need to choose your songs again, but I'm not planning to run Guitaraoke nights that last longer than a week, so that should be alright. There's that, that's my options, that's fine, that options. I'm going to, there's that, and return GUID. And why is that complaining? Because context may not exist. That's fine. Cool. Sweet, look at that. So you remember I said I was going to write an empty string and then the test was going to fail because the empty string was the wrong thing. Guitaraoke user GUID equals that, expires equals Wednesday 19th of July, which is a week today, path equals /sweet. So all I need to do now is check that. See, it starts with http user tracker.cookie name. For cookie equals that. Cookie dot should start with, and you know what, this will be enough. Do I want to pass the whole thing out? Tokens, yeah, I want to pass the whole thing out. Equals cookie dot split on, so I'm going to split on that 0. So tokens cookie dot split on that, and then that I want to pull out element 0, and I want to dot split that on equals tokens 0 dot should be http cookie user tracker dot cookie name, yeah, and tokens right, boom. Okay. Setting a cookie. Cool. Reading a cookie. Cool. Last thing that we need to do now is we need that. I can chop out a whole bunch of this stuff. And let's move those to global usings. Yep, that's fine. And global using for that, that's fine. There's all that. Okay, so grab that lot, push that lot, cd.art, git add dot, git minus m. Now we could go real properly old school with this thing. We could do a round trip implementation where you click a song and it actually the whole page submits, it favorites it, it loads the screen again. That's not how we're gonna do it. So what I'm gonna do is so I'm gonna stick a method on here. Right. Have an endpoint that returns JSON. So I'm just going to put a method on here, but it's an API method rather than so it's not properly kind of RESTful because we're not like resource manipulating. It's going to be a post, it takes a song and it toggles the star on that song and returns whether it is now favorited or not. So we are going to go into web tests here, and I'm going to actually let's write the controller method first. So root controller tests. So in fact on this, public async task, starring song stars on. So we got a new song database, boom, done. We got a new root controller, boom, done. We are going to plug in a var GUID equals GUID.new GUID. So we got a user tracker. We are gonna, hello, Jacksaw. Who, I do know your real name, of course I know your real name. We met like a bunch of times. My brain is going. It's something like Richard or Phil or something like that. I can look this up. Richard, yes, I was right first time and then wrong second time. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, we're messing around with building web apps for doing guitar karaoke and voting on stuff, and have been experiencing the so projects where you do a lot of testing and you build everything kind of very step by step. They have a constant velocity. Projects where you're like, woo, YOLO, you're like, way. And what you find is that at the start, you build loads of stuff and then you get bogged down in crap, and then you get to a point where you can't ship code anymore because nothing works and you don't know why. Yeah, this is what we're doing. So what was I doing? I was just getting to this point here. So we've got a new root controller, new fake user tracker. I'm going to say var tracker equals that. Ooh. C equals that. So now I'm going to say c.star. Now this is the fun part. What do I pass to c.star? Because none of my songs have like any kind of ID or anything. So I think I'm going to make a thing called a slug. And do I do a slug with... So we got a problem. Song, you can't send over the internet because the internet or the web only sends strings backwards and forwards. So I could send something like the artist and the title converted into a reproducible format, or I could assign an arbitrary identifier to those. And let's... Now, if I go for a relational database on this thing at some point, the song ID then becomes a big deal because we can use it as a primary key. I mean, we could use the slug as a primary key, I guess. So a slug is something like, if the song is AC/DC, you shook me all night long, which I think technically is kind of the song title there is, I've got a Spotify window here. So I had a Spotify window here somewhere. Let's see what the actual title of that song is. Boom, 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 boom. Da, 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 da. It is just You Shook Me All Night Long. I thought it had brackets and stuff in it. Never mind. Song AC/DC, You Shook Me All Night Long. So therefore the slug would be something like AC/DC, You Shook Me All Night Long. And basically we replace anything which isn't an alphanumeric character with a hyphen, and then we collapse sequences of consecutive hyphens. So let's... yeah, we'll go with slugs for now. Slug is probably a good way of running this. The alternatives are with arbitrary, like integer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or a GUID on each song, or something like so that take the MD5 signature hash of the actual video file that contains the backend track and push that through, which would be another way of doing it. So let's we're going to go with slug. So let's pick a song. So we're going to say var s equals db dot list songs dot do I have songs in here? Yeah, we'll plug those in. So now c.starHurt.slug. I can take that out. So c.starHurt.slug. And now what I should be able to see is if I db.list starred songs for that user GUID dot toList.count.should-be-1. Actually, count should be 1. I can just do a dot single on it, can't I? And the single means I can take out the toList, so I can do dot single s should be s dot okay, cool. Test won't work because nothing will compile here, and that is what's interesting here is that the single will blow up if there is more than one thing or less than one thing in the list. So calling single that in itself is actually a test. But the intention of the test is not clear from that. So db.list so var starred. So I think we can actually make it slightly more verbose, which will make the intention of the test clearer. Stars.count.should-be-1. So I'll dot toList that, which means count now becomes a property, not a method invocation. So start.count.should-be-1. And then we'll hit it again, and start.count.should-be-0. Actually, we'll do that. That seems a nicer way of doing it. Now that ain't gonna compile. It ain't gonna compile because star doesn't exist and slug doesn't exist. So what I've got to do now is let's create slug. So create get only property slug. So I want to do a little bit of testing around this. So in our web app tests, data, song database test, that's all fine. Public class song tests. And let's have a theory, which is gonna have inline data, AC, DC. Let me get a big list of AC, DC songs to find some which are weird. AC, DC. Discography, singles, EPs, compilations, fans also like about. Alright, Spotify is the wrong tool for this. We are going to a list of AC/DC songs. List of songs recorded by AC/DC. There we go. Ain't No Fun Waiting Around to Be a Millionaire. That's good. There we go. That is a nice song title that is going to mess up everything we've got here brilliantly. Ain't No Fun Waiting Around to Be a Millionaire. And so the result I want out of this is AC/DC. Ain't No Fun Waiting Around to Be a Millionaire. Right, cool. Okay, so that's what we want. I mean, let's put some easy ones in as well. So, so there's that. One of those. One of those. And I guess we plug more in as we go along. So what do we got here? We got a public void song slug works, and this thing is gonna take a string artist, string title, string slug, and this is gonna be a new song artist title dot slug dot should be slug. Okay, boom, bang. No, move into class, move to songtests.cs. That's what we want, right? Slug must contain a non-null value. Alright, so let's public string slug is gonna be, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick artist hyphen title into a string, and we are going to public static regexp. Yep, it's time to use regular expressions. Regexp. System.text.regular expressions. Is regex with a little e? Of course it is. Regex equals. So we want to find in here anything which is not A to Z. This is going to kill the heavy metal umlaut. Can we be bothered? Does it matter? Let me check my Unicode things. So what I want is a .NET regex for alphabet. All Unicode letters and spaces. There's a character class for that. Wow. \PL\S. See what we got. I'm gonna try that. So what I'm looking for here is a character combination which is not any of those and not any of 0 to 9, and we are going to find one or more of the preceding equals new regex, and so that's going to take that, and it is going to take a regex options dot I don't think we need any of that in here, so grab one of those. Equals artist.title. So I'm going to say regex.replace that with that. That comes out. That comes out. That comes out. Dot to lower invariant and dot trim any trailing, leading or trailing hyphens in case the final character on there is something weird. Boom. Right, let's see what we got. Did that work? Did it succeed? Does it even compile? No, because star does not exist. So let's plug that in. Create method root controller dot star. So this is going to be a public async task which returns an iAction result. Star string hurt slug. That's the fun thing about using real names. Okay, so that's just gonna not implement an exception for now, which is alright. It'll get us enough to build, and we can see if the slugs do the right thing. Now that's cool. So look at what we got. So you can see here what's kind of nice is that the song slug, we actually get the title come out in the thing there. Let's try a couple more. Let's put in an inline data for Motorhead songs. Let's find some Motorhead songs. Actually, let's find rock bands with weird characters. No, rock band with weird characters. Or what? There we go. Right. That's one. And that's Churches, who apparently were just called Churches until they realized that you couldn't Google that. Yeah, all right, these are interesting. Let's throw some of these in here. So what do we got? We got Borns. Let's see what that fails with. And some of these are pretty moot anyway because it's not a valid file name, so you couldn't actually have this in your code. Let's see what failures we get. All right, so that works. That does indeed lowercase the Greek epsilon. Epsilon? Sigma? Chi? What was the character there? Xi. Huh. Sweet. Alright. That ain't gonna screw anything up, I'm sure. Dollar's interesting, because we've got to put this in a URL, right? And dollars in URLs might be weird. See if that works. All right. Add to use a dictionary, yes. Add to use a dictionary, yes. Boom, fine, cool. All right, that's so far so good. So we've got a star is there. What this is actually going to do is it is going to return. Interesting. So var user good equals tracker.get user good. Yep, there's that one. db dot toggle star user good var song equals db dot find song based on the IDs. Find song does not exist. Create a method on that. So that is going to return a song. Find song based on a slug. And if we hit that, it'll complain that's not implemented. So we need to implement it. So drop in here, and that does not implement that one. I think we just got raided. Hello, how you doing? We're building using .NET to build playlist managers for people voting on what songs they want to do at Guitaraoke. Partly because it's fun, and partly because I need it to be finished for Saturday, and I hadn't started it until yesterday. What could possibly go wrong, hey? What was I about to do? So we got an iSong database. We are going to implement missing members on here. So that song is gonna be songs.first or default s goes to s.slug equals slug. And actually, I'm gonna change that to be break that onto multiple lines, and s.slug dot equals slug, and a string comparison dot invariant culture ignore case, and that is what is that telling me it can do? Yeah. Possible null reference return. I'm comfortable. I think that's going to work. There we go. So find song based on a slug. Toggle song on that. And what's that gonna do? I'm gonna change the return type of that thing to be bool. And I'm gonna find implementations of that toggle star on song database.toggle star, and this is gonna return bool because it's gonna return true if it's toggled now, and false if it's not. I'm gonna put a note on that. Toggle the specified song star and for the specified user. Yep. And what's it gonna do? It's gonna return true if the song is now starred. Otherwise false. Alright, so we've got toggle star song, boom. There's that, and the only thing we need to do now is to do that, return false. Otherwise that and return true, so that's the only scenario where we return false, so we can return true out of the whole lot. We get down to there, that else clause comes out. Yep, that's all looking good. Okay, so there's that, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And so how far we got? As far as here. Now this thing, I'm gonna return JSON on an object, and the object is literally a bool, so this thing is literally going to give you back JSON true or JSON false depending on whether the song you just toggled is active or not now. So that thing there is green, tests green everywhere. That's always a nice sign. Now I need to actually make the web page do something with it. So shove that lot in Git just quickly before we break anything. Git add .git commit -m add root.star action for toggling favorites. Git push that lot. Okay, so now index.cshtml, simplest thing that can possibly work here is a class equals star, and there's that. Right, so I'm going to drop in two little things just to prove this is going to work. So first of all, I need a handler that when we click on any one of those, it's going to call that JSON and toggle the class on it. And a second thing is a bit of CSS that says if it's starred and makes it look different, so we can actually switch them on and off. We need to add we're gonna do document.query select all. Vanilla JavaScript. You will not find any frameworking going on here, although jQuery makes life easier, but I'm not going to plan to do that much with it. Document query select all. So this is going to be li.song contains an a.star. Actually, just a.star will do it. And I'm going to need to put a thing in here. So there is the class, and data song slug equals at item.song.slug. So there's the data thing we need to be able to call back. So that dot document query selector all dot for each item is going to be, actually I'll call them A dot add event listener. Click, yeah, click will do. Click is what we want to do. And this thing is going to then take a function, which is going to take the event is going to be E. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say var slug equals evt dot target dot get attribute. I think there might be a better way of doing that. You might not need jQuery, a website I've looked at a lot. Data. What do we have on data? Data. That's it. jQuery has a .data method, which pulls things out. Var slug equals that. Let's do a console.log slug just to see what happens. And then I'm going to do event dot is it prevent default and return false from that and that and that, and there's that. And let's see if that gives us anything even remotely useful. So fire this up over here. Right, console says for non-blondes, what's up? Shallow. Yep, okay. So JavaScript can indeed find the slug. It is doing the right thing. So what I need to do now is I need to turn that slug into a HTTP post. Ooh, rebuild that. Yeah, rebuild and apply changes. So cool. All right, that's working. And there we go. So over here now, we got the you might not need jQuery thing. I just want to remember how to do a post. Ajax post is what we want. And the modern method is await fetch method headers body. I know, this is weird. This is a post with no body, but it changes something. So it should be a post. Yeah, kind of breaking a rule here a little bit, but yeah, that's all right. See what we got. The problem here is that I made a decision earlier that we were going to toggle, and toggling is a stateful operation because you need to know what it was before to decide what it will be afterwards. But I think it'll work. So what do we got on here? There's my index.cshtml. Await fetch is gonna be /*/ I'm gonna do a string interpolation on this thing. So that dollar squiggle slug squiggle and backtick. Just the one, thank you very much, is fine. Headers, content type, application JSON is alright. Body does not need to be anything. Var result equals await fetch that, and console.log result. So console.log the slug, send the result, await that, console.log that, prevent default, see what we get at the other side, rebuild that, right click that, inspect is on there, and we have got a console running. Await is only valid in async functions, and so that needs to be an async, I think. No, that needs to be an async. Yeah. Okay, boom. Yes. Response, type, basic, body, boom. Okay, headers. Yeah, that looks fun. Body is a readable stream containing... let's have a look at the network. What do we see coming back from that? Refresh that. There's that. Boom. There's that. Response true. Literally just true. That's it. Nice. And if I hit it again, so that, and there's true and false and true and false. So toggling is toggling. The toggle is working. So what I got to do now is I can take out the console logs because we don't need those. And var result equals that. And then I can say if result, change that to starred. So if starred, then I can say a dot class list dot add starred, else a dot class list dot remove starred. What is that? Yay, jumping between the .NET and JavaScript. It's capital letters or would make it really exciting. Right, I think that's it. I think we're good. One more little detail we're gonna need in here. Let me go into my, so this is quick and dirty, just layout.cshtml. There's that in the head. I'm gonna put a style, and I'm gonna say if I have a list item of a song with an A inside it, a.star, font size 200%, font family, actually let's just go with color is gonna be, so we'll make it kind of like a pale gray color, like a 999 on that, and then I'm gonna say li.song with an a.star.starred is gonna be, color on that is gonna be gold, which will be that much red, that much green, that much blue. I think that's a very greeny blue. That much. You know what? Let's make it red. And bold. So, there we go. Boom. Favorites. On, off, off. Ooh, off is not working. Why is off not working? That returned false. Yes. That's correct. False. True. False. Class list dot remove is doing the wrong thing. So console.log starring. And let's just check console.log unstarring. Just make sure, is it the CSS that's the problem? It is starring in every case. Ah, I know why. It's because what we're getting back from the response is, the response is always true because I haven't parsed it into something. You might not need jQuery. Let me just check what the best way of doing this is. JSON, parse JSON. It's just JSON.parse string. All right, that's fine. And apparently there's an await response.json on it. Let's see if that does what I want. So that's going to be result equals that. Var start equals await result.json. See what we get out of that. All right, interesting. Cool. And a fun part is if you refresh, oh look, and I'm unloading a site.js that I don't actually have. Let's site.js. Where was site.js coming from? It's in layout.cshtml and it does not exist. Let's create that So what have I got on here? Web app, there's www root should be. I don't even have a www root folder yet. Okay, fine, never mind. We'll take that out, and we'll take that out to make this literally the simplest thing that can possibly work. So there we go. We've got song slugs. We got that's fine. That's fine. That works. That works. That works on there. We're gonna let that. We're gonna let that. And those can be consts actually. Right. Refresh that. On, off, on, off, on, off. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. If you look real closely, the bold star is a 5-point star and the not bold star is a 6-point star because fonts are weird. There we go. All right. I'm going to push that to GitHub, and then I'm going to call it a day, because I got some other stuff I need to fix up, and I'm running a user group tonight. If anyone's in London, check it out. Meetup.com, London.net user group. We got Nick Chapsess talking about logging in .NET, which is going to be cool, and we got like a whole load of people coming along, because Nick is like properly famous on the internet. Google thinks he's an internet personality. So anyway, git add dot git commit -m toggling works. It is not online 2, because online 2 means cameras and HDMI input capture and all that kind of stuff. And if anyone wants to sponsor us and give us like 500 quid each meetup to get a cinematographer person and camera gear, we might run it at some point, but it would mean unplugging all of this gear that I got here to take that to the meetup and plug it in again and get it working and then jump on their Wi-Fi and do a live stream. So no, we are back to doing things in person. We did meetups. We did a couple of meetups online. It was a thoroughly dispiriting experience, folks. It really was. So anyway, there we go. Let's just see. That should push live. Give it another couple of minutes. See if that goes through there. And let's take a look at our GitHub actions on that thing. So we've got github.com. I should probably bookmark. There's the Guitaraoke. There's the Guitaraoke.live. I'm going to add that over here. And actions. Saying boom, boom, boom. Driving 2 hours to a user group, dispiriting, and then 90 minutes home. Well, you clearly live in the wrong place. Or you should run user groups at your place and make other people drive to them. Now, the problem we found with doing stuff online is, like, the presenters got really bored because they get no audience interaction. And then at the end of it, it's like, right, well, I guess we're finished then. And the last London.net thing we tried running online, one of the gang tweeted the Zoom link to try and get a few more people to come along and join in. And we got Zoom bombed by somebody who exposed themselves live on stream. And that pretty much destroyed it for me. Like, I'm never doing online meetups again. Look at that, right, toggling works, that's in, that's green, which means that if you go to https://app.git can't even type, app.guitaraoke.live, you should be able to toggle things, and if you switch a couple of things on and then you reload the page, they should stay toggled, and if you switch them off and you reload the page, they should stay off. There you go. So yeah, the other problem we had with doing kind of online events and banning people is if you every obstacle you put, you require people to register, they're not going to bother. You require them to sign up, they're not going to bother. The best way to get engagement is to allow people to join anonymously, and the problem then is that there's no accountability. It's surprising, even when we do stuff in person, the number of people who won't give you their real name, and you're like, all right, well, we're going to see your real face, and you're going to be in a real building with your real self, but they don't want to put their real name on the internet for whatever reason. So anyway, that works. Look at that. We've got toggling. and we've learned an awful lot of interesting stuff around URL encoding and URL decoding and HTML encoding and a bunch of different ways of putting ampersands and stuff. And yeah, it's cool. It's working. So so kind of, if you have a name that you're prepared to get behind, like if you're Surly Dev in real life and you're Surly Dev on the internet and you are literally going to go, hello, I am Surly Dev, and if somebody like rang your home landline and somebody answered the phone and they said, is Surly there, and they knew who that was, that's probably all right. But if it's like, what? Do you mean Brian? Then that's why I use my real name for everything, because I've been on the internet for so long, I remember when we had landlines. Anyway, that was a lot of fun, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for suggesting and whatnot. There will be more, because I got to get this thing shipshape Bristol fashion and up and running on. It's going to be on a Saturday night at. So the actual Guitaraoke thing is Ignition Brewery in Sydenham on Saturday. So if you're in London and you want to come along, kicks off at 7 o'clock, and yeah, it's karaoke with live guitars. So you come along and sing, come along and play guitar, come along and play bass, come along and play piano, come along and drink beer and sing along and watch. Or you can just tune in next time I'm on Twitch and see how it goes behind the scenes without getting up on stage or anything. Cool. All right. Thanks for tuning in, folks. That's a wrap for today. I'll be back probably another one of these sessions tomorrow. Take it easy. Have fun.